Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call to order the City Council meeting for the afternoon of March 28th. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Jimenez. Torres.
Present.
Cohen.
Here.
Ortiz.
Present.
Davis.
Here.
Doan.
Present.
Candelas.
Here.
Foley. Batra.
Present.
Kamei.
Here.
Mahan.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, Abel, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, today's invocation will be provided by San Jose Tao, and Councilmember Torres will tell us more.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor. For my last invocation, I'm introducing the legendary San Jose Tao. Located in our iconic Japantown, San Jose Tao celebrates 50 years of captivating global audiences and critics alike with powerful sounds of taiko, which translates to the Japanese drum. Please help me welcome San Jose Tao. And we will have more of San Jose Taiko when I do present them their commendation.
We have a ceremonial item coming up. That was awesome. Thank you. I think we're all ready to have a great meeting, right? Everybody awake now? That was awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, we are on to ceremonial items. And actually, if it's okay, why don't we, Councilmember, if you'd like, would you like to join me and we can just continue the momentum here with San Jose Taiko? So we'll start by recognizing San Jose Taiko as our first ceremonial item today.
Good afternoon, everyone, again. San Jose Taiko was founded in 1973 by Roy and PJ Hirabayashi both important figures in our San Jose Asian American and arts community. San Jose Taiko is an award-winning performing arts group that is well recognized around the world. They seek to bring people together through cultural appreciation and creative expression. As only the third group to form outside of Japan, they are recognized as pioneers in contemporary taiko. They have been instrumental to the arts form's growth, helping to nurture an ecosystem that now supports more than 500 groups spread throughout North America. Huge round of applause, please. The art of taiko teaches the philosophy of attitude, kata, musical technique, and ki, demonstrating the importance of discipline and respect to our youth. They are a pillar for San Jose students of all ages, encouraging cultural pluralism and being a gateway for greater communication, open-mindedness, and connection. Through its arts, San Jose has become a destination on the map. San Jose Taiko is a product of our beautiful, diverse city. They remind us of our humanity. They remind us of who we are and how we are connected. Pages are stuck together, sorry. We are very excited for their success and what they have brought to our beautiful Japantown. I truly believe that the most valuable thing they've earned is the love, recognition, and love of our community. Thank you all for your impactful work and leadership. It is my honor to present my first commendation to San Jose Taiko, and I kindly invite them to say a few words.
Hello, my name is Wisa Uemura, and I'm the Executive Director and a performer for San Jose Taiko. On behalf of our board, staff, performers, and students, I thank Councilmember Torres, the mayor, and the rest of the council for this commendation. I would be remiss if I didn't mention and acknowledge those who have come before us, like Roy and PJ Hirabayashi, and our many talented alumni over our 50 years who have laid the foundation for San Jose Taiko today. As a cultural ambassador for the city of San Jose, we have represented San Jose through performances in 47 states throughout the nation, on national TV, and internationally. Whenever we tour, we take the name of San Jose with us. One of the most common questions asked as we travel is where, sometimes what, and even occasionally who is San Jose. Our educational work informs our 25,000 plus tour audiences of the geographic location, iconic landmarks, and cultural diversity that characterizes San Jose and Silicon Valley. We are an undeniable part of the San Jose brand and representative of our city's glorious diversity. Over our 50 years, many publicists and booking managers have encouraged us to change our name to something more exotic and less regional, or more appealing to the masses. Time and again, we have decided that we need to keep our name because of the reputation we have already built, as well as the fact that we are San Jose Taiko. Born and bred here, it is this community that inspires us and sustains us, solidifying our dedication to our mission of advancing the taiko art form and to increase cultural awareness and understanding. We hope to use our performance art as a way to move society beyond tolerance of cultural diversity and into spaces of true belonging, where each of us, no matter our race, ethnicity, gender, age, preferences, or abilities, can be our authentic selves and feel connected to each other. So thank you for this honor. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Councilmember Ortiz, if you join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim Cesar Chavez Day.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, everyone. It is my great honor to proclaim Friday, March 31st as Cesar Chavez Day, where we recognize the birth and legacy of the civil rights and labor leader activist, Cesar Chavez. I have the distinct privilege of representing the district where Cesar Chavez and labor leaders Dolores Huerta, Larry Itliong, and Philip Veracruz began the farm worker movement. It was their collaborative spirit that trailblazed a new understanding of labor and social relations among the Filipinos and Mexican communities and various other ethnic groups. In the early 1950s, a young Cesar Chavez became an organizer for the Community Service Organization under the guidance of Father McDonald at Our Lady of Guadalupe Church, located in the Mayfair neighborhood of East San Jose. Our Lady of Guadalupe draws in massive crowds of Latino Catholics, providing a safe and sacred place for our community. It was right around the corner at a former Safeway grocery store where Chavez organized his first boycott. This is now site of the new Mexican Heritage Plaza. The story of Cesar Chavez is one that is reflected in our community and our agricultural roots as the Valley of Heart's Delight. From the grape boycott of the Central Valley to organizing and establishing the United Farm Workers, his legacy is one that many find strength in. These past years have been a reminder of just how much we owe to our farm workers. They toiled under harsh conditions, including fires, poor air quality, and of course, COVID-19. They were those essential workers who risked their lives to allow for others to shelter in place. They made sure we were fed and brought hope to such a dark time. We can honor the memory of Cesar Chavez by making sure we do support their campaigns for fair wages, dignity, and safe working conditions. Before I turn it over, my council colleague, Sergio Jimenez, asked me to invite you all to join us during the Cesar Chavez flag raising on Thursday, March 30th at 5 p.m. in the City Hall West Plaza. It'll be a great commemorative event where we will raise the flag of farm worker justice. I'm excited to be joined by Gabriel Medina, Vice President of the Cesar Chavez Vision, who will be receiving today's proclamation. The Cesar Chavez Vision expands on Chavez's early work and vision to create a movement that improves the quality of life for Latinos and working people. From initiatives like Housing and Economic Development Fund, which builds and manages high-quality service-enhanced affordable housing for working families and seniors across the Southwest, to the Education Fund, which is dedicated to creating a just society by educating hearts and minds of students and under-resourced communities. The foundation is truly leading the vision that Chavez inspired. It's an honor to be joined by Gabriel, who I invite to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Ortiz. To everyone on the council. I feel weird having my back towards all of you right now. I always tell my students, don't ever face the back of your audience when you're speaking. So I feel kind of weird saying that, but thank you, Mayor, as well, for having me here today. And I just really want to start off by telling a story. You know, it starts with this man that inherited land along with his 4 brothers from his father's homestead in Yuma, Arizona. And while he was there, he had a farm where he raised animals and he raised a family. He was able to have 6 kids and have a wife and flourished up until the time of the Great Depression. And like many Americans at the time, could not come up with the money to pay his taxes. And unfortunately, he had to leave his home and take off and find a new place to go. He ended up coming to California, traveling up and down the coast, looking for work, working as farm workers, the whole entire family, trying to find a place to stay. It turns out this man got a job right here in the city of San Jose. Once he got that job, he established himself here in this great city. What would end up happening next is a very significant event in history. War would break out. His oldest son would then join that war and be in the Navy and fight in the Pacific. Now his son would fight in the war and come back. And when he came back, he wanted to promote justice, right? He was just a freedom fighter himself overseas. So when he came back, he noticed things like, why are there no paved streets in his neighborhood? Why were there no street lights in his neighborhood? And he started to organize. With the help of a priest and the help of a gentleman named Fred Ross, he was able to organize. This organizing flourished, and he really great, actually became a great organizer. But he remembered the times when he first got to this great state where he was working in the fields and the conditions that were going on there. And he always told himself, if I ever have the chance, I want to help those people. And so he didn't take the high-paying job. He went and took another job and started a union. He started the United Farm Workers Union. And he did it to help these farm workers, to give them dignity, right? And so he would later leave this city to do that great work. All the meanwhile, his family stayed here. His siblings stayed in this city and they flourished in this city. His siblings would have children, and then those children would have children, and those children would have children. And later on, when he would pass, those siblings really wanted to keep his legacy at heart and really wanted to promote his legacy. And so what they did is they started a nonprofit here in San Jose. And to this day, this nonprofit is now turning 25 years old as of this year. This nonprofit started out just promoting and keeping the legacy of this man, or I guess you could all know now as Cesar Chavez. And this story I'm telling you is all about the Chavez family. This is how the Chavez family came to San Jose. And with the nonprofit, they promoted the legacy, but then they started doing community work. And to this day, the nonprofit Chavez Family Vision raises funds every year for scholarships for students. And I know some of you are wondering, well, why are you telling this whole story? Well, it's pretty simple to me. People often wonder, why do we honor Cesar Chavez in the city of San Jose? Well, it's really simple. The city of San Jose has had an impacting legacy on the Chavez family. 5 generations of Chavezes have lived and thrived in this city and taken up residency at one time or another. So you look at it like this, right? The city of San Jose has been beneficial to the Chavez family, and in return now, we see the Chavez family giving back to the community of San Jose. And I just want to end right there with thank you, and si se puede.
The mayor will now present a commendation. We'll take a picture, and then afterwards, if any colleagues would like to join us, feel free to join us.
yards that they can enjoy. So making sure that we have spaces that people can really enjoy and experience nature and have that connection with is really, really important to me. And I just want to say an extra thank you to Deb Kramer and everyone else at Keep Caddy Creek Beautiful and our president of the board, Tim McCrahy, for giving me this opportunity to live essentially what is my dream. So thank you.
Okay, thank you to my colleagues for those really thoughtful ceremonial items today. We are on to orders of the day, and I believe we do have a couple of suggested changes here. I believe Councilmember Jimenez has submitted a supplemental memo recommending deferral of item 3.6, and staff has a supplemental memo recommending deferral of item 6.1. Nora, are we able to entertain a motion to defer both, or do we need to take those separately?
You can do both.
Okay.
If people aren't consistent, then you might need to split it up.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Move to defer
Both items.
both items.
Mayor, question for item 3.6.
Yes.
I believe the deferral recommended was 4.4. I'd like to ask staff if maybe we can move it to 4.11.
Yeah, that will be fine.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Great. Any other comments? Let me look at my list here. Sorry, I see there, Candelas. Okay, great. If there's anything else, I think we're ready to vote.
Who was the second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And actually, I should have asked for public comment first.
Yes, I have one hand. Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you so much for knowing how to ask for a public comment. My question is, did I hear you say 3.6, the wage theft prevention policy? Is that what's being deferred, if I may ask, procedurally? Yes. Okay, well, thank you. Wage theft. I wanted to comment that, man, thank you so much for offering public comment on such an item. It's a great item. It's a great issue that I think we all have really good intentions about, and we want to really do it well. And I hope in its good work that we're going to be doing on this issue in the coming months that will also, a little tougher question, but the concept of subcontractor issues and how that relates so much to wage theft things. How can we better address the feature of a subcontractor process, maybe as a way to consider wage theft, and good luck on how there can be different ways to work on subcontractor issues as well. Thank you.
Erica?
Hi, thank you, Mayor Mahan and City Council for your time and attention today. My name is Erica Valentine. I'm the Political Director for UA Local 393. We represent 3,100 plumbers, pipe fitters, and steam fitters and HVACR technicians in Santa Clara and San Benito County. I'm also a resident here of San Jose for over 20 years. Today, I stand before the council to ask that we support the memo of Councilmember Jimenez, authored on 3/27/23, requesting to defer the decision of the wage theft policy. In 2016, the city of San Jose enacted a wage theft policy. Today, the council is asked to vote on another policy. However, before you vote, we ask that each of you take a pause to ensure that clarity and consistency of the policy that is being voted on. This revised policy has made major changes to an existing wage theft policy that has been in effect for many years. We need more time to consider the impact this revised policy will have on wage theft enforcement. There's also a memorandum, a resolution, and a supplemental memo with differing language. Therefore, we ask that you defer the discussion and vote to ensure that the proper research and efforts are committed to present a clear, precise, and effective wage theft policy below the council votes. Thank you.
Brian?
Thank you very much. And yes, I really appreciate the stuff about Cesar Chavez too. I didn't say that correctly, sorry. What a wonderful man. Anyways, I agree with also deferring, because I tried reading through that and I found that there was different languages as far as the wage theft. And you want to make sure that policy is really clear. So I think during your discussions, you might want to consider deferring it too. I know you can't talk about it, then defer it. But to give more input and that the language can be more refined. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Frank?
Thank you, Mayor Mahan, City Council, for your time and attention today. My name is Frank Austin. I'm a business agent with UA Local 393, and we represent 3,100 plumbers, pipe fitters, steam fitters, and HVAC technicians in Santa Clara and San Bernardino counties. Today, I stand before the council to ask that we support the memo of Councilmember Jimenez, authored on 3/27, requesting to defer the decision on wage theft policy. In 2016, the City Council enacted a wage theft policy. Today, the council is asked to vote on another policy. However, before we vote, we ask each of you to take a pause in order to ensure the clarity and consistency of the policy that is being voted on today.
Rosa? Rosa?
Buenas tardes.
Hi, hold on just a moment. Can you switch it?
No, gracias.
I'd like to ask the interpreters to ask her to pause so you can interpret back and forth and let her know that she gets 4 minutes. Okay, go ahead. I'm not hearing them.
Adelante. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Rosa Vargas. Soy líder de lucha por 15 y un sindicato. Y trabajé en comida rápida durante 2 décadas. Hago un llamamiento para apoyar una versión fuerte de esta póliza para garantizar que los trabajadores estén protegidos de manera exigible. En nuestros contactos públicos no debemos contratar empresas que tengan citaciones en su contra por violar los derechos de los trabajadores. Esto debe incluir citas de la oficina de cumplimiento de campo OFE. Creo que está bien tener una excepción cuando los trabajadores tienen un contrato sindical real que les dé poder real para detener los abusos. Sin un contrato sindical real no debería haber excepciones. Si las empresas tienen citaciones, no debemos contratarlas para obras públicas. El 85% de los 400 trabajadores de comida rápida de California encuestados han sufrido robos de salario. Los trabajadores que ganan salarios bajos ya están luchando para sobrevivir con lo que ganan. Los trabajadores no pueden darse el lujo de perder ni $1 de sus cheques de pago y trabajar gratis. Experimentar el robo de salario crea una carga más significativa para los trabajadores que luchan por sobrevivir de cheque en cheque. Todos los trabajadores en San José deben tener estas protecciones, ya sea de que trabaje para la ciudad o una empresa de comida rápida y pertenezca o no a un sindicato. El robo de salario es el delito más costoso en los Estados Unidos.
Señora.
Sí.
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Puede, una pausa, por favor?
Okay, Jordy, can you go ahead?
You're hearing me in Spanish or in English?
I'm hearing you in English. That's
okay. All the union workers, we're trying to definitely the worker of the fields of the area of public workers in the area of the food industry are in the intent of being able to have a union that will fight for the proper retention of the contracts, being able to have a fair negotiation on the wages. Already, workers in this industry have lost permanent loss of their incomes and are struggling to be able to not to lose not even $1 more of what they have gained. We're asking for a fair negotiations on those contracts with the unions to be able to sustain the life that we can afford. Throughout all the state of California, we have seen how workers are displaced due to the lack of fair wages on their behalf and a fair contract with these unions. That is why we're here to promote and request that fair contract with the unions and be able to have that access.
Okay, thank you.
Muy bien, gracias.
The next speaker is Dominic.
Siguiente que va a hablar es Dominic.
Can you switch back?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Dominic Toriano with the Sheet Metal Workers Local Union 104, business agent. I wanted to thank the council for taking steps to address wage theft, and I recognize the staff's hard work and focus on this. I am urging you to support Jimenez's, Councilmember Jimenez's memo to defer this item to provide more input from community members who have expertise in public works wage theft. Thank you.
Brian?
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time and attention today. My name is Brian Pors. I'm a business agent for UA Local 393, representing over 3,100 plumbers, pipe fitters, steam fitters, and HVACR service technicians in Santa Clara and San Benito County. I also was born and raised in San Jose. Today, I stand before the council to ask that we support the memo of Councilmember Jimenez, authored on 3/27/23, requesting to defer the decision on wage theft policy. In 2016, the city of San Jose enacted a wage theft policy. Today, the council is asked to vote on another policy. However, before you vote, we ask each of you to take a pause in order to ensure clarity and consistency of the policy that is being voted on. The revised policy has made major changes to an existing wage theft policy that has been in effect for many years. We need more time to consider the impact this revised policy will have on wage theft enforcement. There is also a memorandum, a resolution, and a supplemental memorandum with deferring language. Therefore, we ask that you defer the discussion and vote to ensure the proper research and effort are committed to present a clear, precise, and effective wage theft policy before the council votes. Thank you.
Mauricio?
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. The current wage theft prevention policy represents years of hard work by city staff, elected officials who made this a priority, constituents, and stakeholders. The proposed revisions are both a step back in enforcement and a missed opportunity to strengthen policy. I support taking a pause and waiting to get more community involvement in this, meeting with more stakeholders, specifically the contractors, to make sure that we don't miss this great opportunity to do what has been years in the making. Thank you for your time.
Mundo?
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I'm Edmundo Escarcega. I'm a business agent for Local 393. We're 3,100 plumbers, pipe fitters, steam fitters, and HVACR technicians in Santa Clara and San Benito counties. I'm also a lifelong resident here in San Jose, and I'm also here to ask the council to support the memo of Councilmember Jimenez, authored on 3/27, requesting that we defer the decision on wage theft policy. In 2016, the city of San Jose enacted the wage theft policy. Today, the council is asked to vote on another policy. However, before you vote, we ask each of you to take a pause in order to ensure clarity and consistency of the policy that is being voted on. This revised policy has made major changes to an existing wage theft policy that has been in effect for many years. We need more time to consider the impact this revised policy will have on wage theft enforcement. There's also a memorandum, resolution, and a supplemental memorandum with deferring language. Therefore, we ask that you defer the decision and vote to ensure the proper research and effort are committed to present a clear, precise, and effective wage theft policy before the council votes. Thank you for your time.
Danny?
Yeah, hi, my name is Danny Mangan. I'm a organizer / rep for Sprinkler Fitters Local 483. And I would just like to, first of all, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I would just like to, ask that you support the memo provided by Councilmember Jimenez and, excuse me, defer this to some more research. Thank you.
Back to council.
Great, thanks, Tony. I think we're ready to vote.
Can I clarify that that is deferring both to April 4th?
This is correct, to just for those who are watching, to defer items 3.6 and 6.1.
To April, actually the following, April 11th?
Yes.
Yeah.
April,
For 3.6 specifically, yeah, I think the other, we don't have a date, but yes, for the
Right.
first, the request was for April 11th.
Okay. Jimenez? Absent, sorry. Torres?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Doan? Aye. Candelas?
Aye.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Yes.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, great. We're on to the closed session report, Nora.
Thank you, Mayor. We have authority to file a lawsuit, potentially file a lawsuit coming out of closed session, and information about that, should it be filed, will be made public at the time of the filing. We also, excuse me, received authority to stipulate to a dismissal in the Coyote Valley FFV litigation as noticed in the closed session agenda, and we will be filing that stipulation with opposing counsel jointly to the court. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Nora. Okay, we are on to the consent calendar. Are there any items that the council would like to pull from consent? Okay, Councilmember Davis would like to pull item 2.10. Any others? Okay, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I have a question for Ray about 2.10 with the upgrades to Bascom. A few years ago, we had asked for Bascom to be the district designated site, and we were told by your office that the county had designated that site for overflow for VMC and that we weren't able to use it as a district designated site. So I'm wondering why we're going to do these upgrades to make it shelter ready if it's something that the county can commandeer.
Thank you for the question. Ray Reardon, Director of the Office of Emergency Management. There may have been some realignment of things because I'm not aware of that at this time. I can recheck with the county on that.
Okay. So I'm not sure if we should, can we defer this for a week to get this answer? Because if the county's going to be using this site, then I think that we should talk with the county about helping us with those upgrades if we need to do the upgrades at Bascom, because that would mean that we would need to designate another area as a possible shelter.
Yeah.
So I would like to move to defer 2.10 for, is 1 week okay, right?
I'll check immediately to see
Okay.
what the situation is there.
Great, thank you. So we'll defer 2.10 for a week is my motion.
Great. Do we have a second? Second. Vice Mayor, seconds? Great. Okay, why don't we vote on that motion? And I'm sorry, why don't we take public comment on that specifically?
Brian?
Oops, I didn't, sorry about that, my fault.
Catalyze SV? Catalyze SV? Okay, I'm going to move on to Blair.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Would have been nice to hear from Catalyze SB on this item. I will try to hold the fort down and try to offer a bit of goodness for this item. Thank you very much for the questions on this item. To get county help to consider the future of shelter use for Seven Trees area and for Bascom area, there just needs to be a real purpose that the future of Bascom and South San Jose, Seven Trees is pretty cool. You know, District 10 would be nice too, but District 10 and Seven Trees area to have some kind of 24-hour shelters available in the future in the wintertime is pretty important. And I hope we really work on that. And this seems to be the item to facilitate how to do that. And so thank you. Thank you for your work on this item.
Alex Shore?
Hi, I wanted to comment on item 2.9 on the consent agenda. Can I do that now?
Not yet. Back to council.
Thank you, and I appreciate the catch and the question from Councilmember Davis. So the motion on the floor is to defer item 2.10 for 1 week, and I think we are ready to vote.
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Doan?
Aye.
Candelas?
Aye.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Yes.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have public comment on the consent calendar as a whole?
Yes, Alex Shore?
Hey, this is Alex Shore speaking personally, not on behalf of any organization I'm with or commission on which I sit. I got to give that disclaimer. I wanted to just praise the city for its work on the park in my neighborhood, the Alameda. We have been working on a name for a bit, and we had a community meeting, as the staff report talks about, last November. And city staff did an excellent job helping build consensus for the name of that park in real time by talking with community members. And I just think it was a well-facilitated conversation, and staff did a good job moving the conversation forward while building consensus. Obviously, it stuck with me long enough because I wanted to talk about it today. So thanks to Parks and Rec staff and Councilmember Davis for working really hard after some controversy around previously proposed names to find one that is forward-thinking and yet celebrates the Alameda as a beautiful way. So thanks again to staff for your work on this, and to Councilmember Davis's office.
Blair?
I wanted to speak on item 2.12 and basically just thank yourselves. This item is about staffing for additional fire department persons for the future, asking for grant money to do that from the federal agencies, FEMA, I guess. And I just wanted to thank yourselves once again for a really a nice, good community meeting, special study session you had on the future of emergency preparedness a few weeks ago. And it just kind of showed where we're at, how we're working on issues. And it was just a good meeting, and thanks for that. And keep up with the efforts, and that I try to say that in all the work that I do with accountability work around the Bay Area, I've been amazingly impressed how San Jose really brings the future of natural disaster preparedness and community emergency practices to the committee process, to the public process. They've been really awesome about that, better than most other Bay Area cities. So good luck in the continued efforts this year to just talk about openly, the work of learning how to talk about openly emergency preparedness things. And we have a great start here in San Jose that I think can be of help to Bay Area communities. Good luck in the efforts of continued ideas of what can be openness and how to prepare for emergency things in our community and Bay Area in the next year and few years. Thanks.
Lori?
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm speaking about item 2.9. My name is Lori Bird, and I wanted to express my support for the proposed name for the park, that will be located at 1343 The Alameda. I appreciate that the city took some additional time to review alternative naming options and am pleased with the final choice. Thank you to Councilmember Davis and the city as we work towards bringing this park to fruition. Thank you very much.
Back to council.
Thank you, Tony. I don't see any hands, so I believe we're ready to vote on consent calendar approval.
I don't
Oh, did we
recall-
not have a motion? Thank you.
Second.
Okay.
Got it. Torres?
Aye.
Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Doan?
Aye.
Candelas?
Aye.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Aye.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye. Thank you. Okay, we're on to item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
Thank you. Okay. Item 3.3, status of open audit recommendations as of December 31st, 2022. And I believe we have a presentation. Hi, Joe.
Good afternoon, Joe Royce, City Auditor. I'm here with Brittany Harvey from our office to present our report on the status of open audit recommendations as of December 31st, 2022. The San Jose City Charter prescribes the duties of the City Auditor's Office, including conducting council-assigned performance audits of city services or programs to determine whether city resources are being used in an economical, effective, and efficient manner, established objectives are being met, and desired results are being achieved. At the core of our work is conducting performance audits, which include recommendations to correct deficiencies, strengthen accountability, and improve the efficiency, effectiveness, and equity of city programs. Over the past 10 years, the City Auditor has made 775 audit recommendations covering many aspects of the city's operations, including public-facing services such as those provided by the Police Department, Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, Planning, Building, Code Enforcement, and others. We've also conducted many audits related to support services provided by the Finance Department, Public Works, the Information Technology Department, and others. We monitor progress toward implementing recommendations from past performance audits and provide regular reports on the status of those recommendations, and this report provides the most recent status update of open audit recommendations. The report shows the progress on 217 audit recommendations, 7 of which were from audits issued or accepted by the City Council between June 30th and December 31st of last year. Those projects include our audits of the Bill of Rights for Children and Youth issued in August of 2022 and COVID-19 food distribution expenditures issued in October of 2022. We also issued 2 audits, our audits of tree removals and replacements and firearm regulations in November and December of 2022. Respectively, however, those were not accepted by the full council until January of 2023, and the 17 recommendations from those audits will be included in our next status update as of June 30th, 2023. Since our last update, 35 audit recommendations were implemented or closed, and currently another 133 have been partly implemented by departments. As I noted earlier, over the past 10 years, the City Auditor's Office has made 775 recommendations to improve or enhance city services, and of those, 78% have been implemented or closed, and further 55% have been made in the past 5 years, have been implemented or closed. To give a sense of the breadth of the work that's been done to implement recommendations in the past 6 months, we wanted to highlight a few. The Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs, or OEDCA, finalized procedures around reporting and tracking of disclosures of public subsidies to ensure compliance with the city's open government resolution and California Government Code, closing a recommendation for from our audit of the city's open government provisions in 2017. Information Technology Department, or ITD, created a public interactive dashboard showing the progress of citywide technology projects, which it updates every 2 months. Separately, the department has been presenting bi-monthly status reports to Smart Cities and Service Improvements Committee, and moving forward, we'll be reporting to the Public Safety, Finance, Strategic Support Committee. That'll close a recommendation for audit of tech deployments in 2019. In January 2023, the Department of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, or PRNS, brought forward to the City Council an updated strategic plan for the San Jose Youth Empowerment Alliance, formerly known as the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force, which outlines a broader approach to youth violence prevention than had been previously in place, which closes a recommendation from our audit of the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force in 2019. The police department created a multilingual informational brochure that specifies the goals, processes, and potential penalties associated with massage permit inspections. It also describes the role of code enforcement and sets high-level expectations on inspections. And the brochure also includes a link to the online permit application form. It's posted on the police department's website. It's from our audit of code enforcement management controls in 2021. And lastly, through the California Water and Wastewater Arrearages Program, Department's Environmental Services and Finance provided bill credits to more than 950 customers, totaling $541,000 water assistance program, and has conducted outreach to account holders with overdue balances, informing them of payment assistance options. It's from our 2021 audit of muni water billing and customer service. There are 182 recommendations still pending, 133 of which are partly implemented, with the remaining 49 not yet implemented. As shown here in our online dashboard, we classify recommendations by intended outcome. Some recommendations improve operational efficiency. Examples from 2022 audits include recommendations to improve project management and trainings around the CEQA process from our 2022 audit of the environmental review process, or developing an electronic approval process for take-home vehicles from our 2022 audit of take-home vehicles. These often also include business process automation recommendations from different audits. Other recommendations are intended to improve service delivery. Examples of these types of recommendations include several from our 2021 audit of muni water billing customer service around improving communications and accessibility of information. In some cases, the intent of the recommendations is to improve transparency and accountability. Examples include developing targets and measuring performance across different code enforcement activities, and completing performance evaluations from our 2021 audit of code enforcement management controls. These recommendations are often about the use and reporting of performance data. Many of our audit recommendations are risk-based and are aimed at securing city assets. Examples here from past audits include updating the city's P-card policy, better inventorying of city assets, and similar types of recommendations. Most recently, in our 2022 audit of COVID-19 related food distribution expenditures, we had recommendations to fully document compliance with federal guidelines to protect from potential findings from federal auditors in future audits. Lastly, some recommendations are intended to address equity concerns. An example from a recent audit includes developing procedures, monitoring mechanisms to increase accessibility to children and youth programs in underserved areas from our 2022 Bill of Rights for Children and Youth audit. Others in this area relate to the language accessibility in city materials or signage. This was a new category that we first started to track in the last recommendation status report. In 2018, the City Council directed the City Manager to identify and prioritize work on 12 outstanding audit recommendations while continuing to make progress on addressing and working with the City Auditor to close out other open audit recommendations. I'll quickly run through the current 12 priority recommendations. The 3 in the area of potential budgetary savings include reducing police department comp time balances from our audit of police overtime in 2016. Police department has issued general orders reminding staff of the requirement to bring their compensatory or comp time balances back to the 240-hour maximum level in accordance with the Memorandum of Agreement with the Police Officers Association, or POA. The city and the POA also agreed to changes in the use of comp time such that if employees' time balances reach 300 hours, employee must now use comp time for time off until the employee's balance is below 240 hours. The comp time liability reduced slightly since our last report from $23.8 million to $23.1 million as of February 2023. And the number of sworn employees with comp time balances over 240 hours has also decreased slightly. For these reasons, we recommend closing this recommendation, though continuing to control the growth in comp time is important, and we encourage the administration to continue monitoring so that the comp time liability does not begin to increase. Obtaining more favorable contract terms from golf course operators from audit of golf courses in 2015. PRNS conducted an RFP and brought forward the results to the City Council on March 14th, 2023. However, at the time of this report, the agreement had not yet been finalized, and we expect this to be implemented soon. Improving police department overtime controls from our audit of police staffing, expenditures, and workload in 2021. The department issued a memo outlining new overtime controls, including captains and division managers, reporting on overtime in their division on a quarterly basis. The department also plans to continue to review its overtime policies and considering its current staffing levels, developing a plan that considers policy changes, clarification of discretionary and mandatory overtime, and other options to address overtime costs. And they're also reporting to developing time card training for line staff and supervisors. 3 recommendation priorities in the area of operational efficiency include developing citywide contract management policies. City Manager's Office, or CMO, in coordination with the City Attorney's Office, has developed draft contract administration and management guidelines to ensure contracts citywide are properly administered and managed. The guidelines cover the different phases of contract administration, including contract formation and ongoing contract monitoring. I didn't mention that was from our audit of consulting agreements from back in 2013. Developing volunteer program guidelines from our audit of the city's use and coordination of volunteers. From 2016, the administration reports that it's assembling and reviewing resources and tools developed by city departments for incorporation to a draft volunteer guide, which it plans to publish as an internal resource webpage for city staff who administer volunteer programs. Lastly, updating the tow service agreements from our auditing of tow service in 2018. The city issued an RFP for a technology platform and contract administration for tow services in February of this year. This had been planned for release previously, but was delayed because of the city's response to COVID-19. The administration reports that multiple recommendations from this audit, including methods to address agreement violations, will be incorporated into future agreements as appropriate. In the area of improved service delivery, updating the Police Activities League, or PAL, operating agreement from our audit of PAL in 2018. This recommendation has been implemented as the city and PAL executed a new agreement that details PAL operations and performance metrics. This includes PAL operating the facility and programs on a day-to-day basis, and PRNS providing primary field maintenance along with providing additional programming. Next, improving monitoring of homeless service providers from our audit of homeless assistance programs in 2018. The Housing Department has developed monitoring policies, procedures, and templates to conduct monitoring visits, has engaged a consultant to aid in monitoring service providers. The department has also been granted access to the county's HMIS system, and staff have begun reviewing grantee reports against HMIS data. Lastly, the department is developing a schedule for ongoing monitoring of all agreements, which is the last element of this recommendation before we consider it implemented. Clarifying massage program roles and responsibilities from our audit of code enforcement management controls in 2021. Staff and Planning Building Code Enforcement, or PBCE, report they are drafting a joint work plan to address the recommendations from this audit and related direction from council, which includes the creation of a memorandum of understanding or other means of documentation to outline massage program goals and departmental responsibility between PBCE and the various police department divisions. And the 3 priority recommendations in the area of citywide citywide security or risk mitigation include revising the city procurement card policy, originally from our audit of P cards in 2010, but we've had multiple P card audits since that time. And at the time of the most recent P card audit or procurement card audit in 2019, we found the city had been spending roughly $14 million annually through city-issued P cards. Finance has been working on revising the P card policy, dividing it into 2 parts, a high-level administrative policy, and second, a detailed P-card administrative guide. Both are currently in draft form, and they will address multiple open audit recommendations in this area. Procuring a software solution or other resources to more efficiently conduct wage compliance reviews from our audit of the Office of Quality Assurance in 2017. Office of Quality Assurance, or OEA, has completed an RFP process to develop an online data system to support wage compliance review, is in the final stages of that process. Or it was at the time of this report. OEA has also executed minimum wage enforcement agreements with multiple local agencies. The revenue collected was allocated to fund a senior analyst position, and additionally, OEA received funding for 3 contract compliance coordinators in the fiscal year 22-23 adopted operating budget, 2 of which had been hired at the time of this report. Lastly, developing citywide administrative guidelines and procedures for managing federal grants from our audit of citywide grants management in 2022. While the Finance Department had identified 7 limit data positions to work on grants-related work, including developing recommended administrative guidelines or procedures, department reports needing to divert resources to other work priorities, such as responding to an audit of coronavirus relief funds, or CRF funds, by the U.S. Department of Treasury, and completing final expenditure reports for CRF and emergency rental assistance grants. More information about all open audit recommendations is available in the appendices of our report and online in our interactive dashboards. Dashboards can be found on our website. With that, we'd like to thank all the city departments for their efforts to implement audit recommendations and for their assistance in compiling this report. I'd also like to thank my staff for working with the various departments to document and verify the information that's in the report. Happy to answer any questions and ask that you accept the report. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the report and the overview, Joe. Really appreciate the thorough approach you all always take. Why don't we go to public comment?
Ryan?
Yes, I think the audit, oh, there we go. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I think the audit, the auditor deserves a hand clap because they do a wonderful job, and the city, other agencies in the city seem to really support that. And I just wish there was a way to clone this work that's the auditing and the people willing to answer questions and send it over to the California Public Utilities Commission. That would be a wonder. Anyways, thank you for all your hard work. That's it. Thanks.
Blair?
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. Thanks a lot for the report today. I miss the city auditor's work at the open rules and open government meeting each month. There's usually a monthly report that has a list of items that the auditor is working on throughout the year that I think is really interesting, and it offers a way for the public to really weigh in if they want to on items of city government stuff that the auditor is working on. I wish you could return to the monthly practice of giving a report and people weighing in, but there's not too many people who weigh in, unfortunately. But as long as the option's there, just a reminder of that. And I'm trying to learn how to do that, certainly. Thank you for your patience with myself with that. And with that said, very much of a thank you that it seems like you're actually making some progress on police overtime issues. The auditor's been talking about this for a few years now, how to better address overtime issues. And finally, we're at a point where there are some answers. It may not be everything, but it's a good start, it sounds like. And it'll be important to share this as we continue to ask the questions, how do we address police overtime? And just very much of a thank you in what sounds like some good beginning efforts. So keep up the good work, and I hope we can make this sort of work on overtime open and accessible and understandable for all persons of our community and for the Bay Area and for the state. This is important stuff to be working on. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Back to council.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Foley.
Thank you. Joe, I appreciate your audit report. Unfortunately, I didn't get to meet with you yesterday like I normally do ahead of time, and so I always ask you this same question. What keeps you up at night about the open audit recommendations?
That's a very good question. I think, if you focus on those 12 priority ones, really, they do kind of focus the attention on things where there's the larger dollars. For example, police overtime, which the caller referenced. At the time of the audit, it was around, that year, was around $47 million at the time of the audit, which was about 10% of the police spending. It did come down, I believe, in the year we were looking. In the most recent years, I don't have the dollars in my head, but it's still significant. So that's a big one. I mentioned the federal grants management. We had the COVID-19 food distribution audit. At the time of the audit, there were still some work to be done to document, how we met all those federal guidelines. So that one, again, significant dollars at stake. So those are the ones that kind of keep me up at night. And so if you look at those 12 priority ones, they generally are a good way to focus your attention on those important ones.
I really appreciate that information, and those are the ones that I've focused in on as well, the ones that we have the biggest risk and biggest liability, particularly with the federal funds, if the way we allocated them is not acceptable to the federal government. So I really appreciate that. And I'm always so grateful to get an update from you and see the audit report, no matter what the subject is. And just because it's always so balanced, it's so well considered and so well researched. So thank you very much for that. And with that, I move acceptance of the report.
I see you raising your hand. Is your monitor not? Oh, that was a second. Okay. Okay. Any other comments? Okay, I had a couple questions, and we'll see if we don't have the appropriate staff in the room, then I'll take them offline. But just on a few of these quickly, on page 27, we have the development services recommendation related to the online fee calculator. And I know that rec goes all the way back to 2016. I guess I wanted to hear if we have Chris or anyone in the department for the, looks like we may not. Maybe we do.
Yeah, we do have Alex and,
Okay,
and
hey,
Robert
Alex.
Manford here from PPCE.
Perfect. So I know this one goes, I love the idea, price transparency, just letting a developer or an applicant know up front, hey, here's what your fee's likely to be. This one's been kicking around for a long time. Does the department still see value in this? Is this something I saw that we could start it after this year once the existing scope with the portal vendor is done? Is this high on your list, and why or why not?
Yes, thank you for the question. Excuse me, Alex Powell, Chief of Staff for Planning, Building, Code Enforcement. Excuse me. So this was originally part of a scope for actually a different implementation, just trying to stand up any calculator based on our current fees. We realized that sort of the sophistication of our permitting database made that really difficult to actually set up a separate system and sort of maintaining fees in two different places. Trying not to do that separately, we thought it'd be more efficient to do it inside of our portal that's already connected to our permitting database. It wasn't part of the original scope of the portal that we were setting up, but we had a little bit of excess capacity to actually do this work with the existing vendor. Now, it should be relatively easy. We actually have the ability to do fee estimates in our current permitting system. It's just exposing that ability to our customers to do it as well. So it's still a high priority for us. Technically, it is possible. The only issue is getting through the existing implementation, which the development of that is actually supposed to be completed tomorrow. And then we can actually re-engage our vendor on expanding to that next portion of work. So that's the next priority for the portal. We're just trying to get through the next phase, which is that application wizard and a couple other minor features.
Got it. Okay, so the department still sees value. I assume you're hearing from our customers that it's valuable, and it sounds like it's a conversation you can pick up with the vendor in the coming weeks. Is that right? Not that it would be implemented in the coming weeks, but you at least talk about project scope.
Yeah, that's correct. It's
Okay.
not something currently designated for their work, but yes, something we've talked with them about.
Something you'll start talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's great. Okay, and then on page 43 on homelessness, this is another kind of data-related question. We have the recommendation here that I think has been partially completed around aggregating data by strategy, prevention versus rapid rehousing, et cetera, and training staff in data collection and entry into HMIS. I guess what I wanted to know is, as we look at the new dashboard that the Housing Department released, will this work corresponding to this audit recommendation enable us to better understand where folks are going after EIH? We have about 16% of folks leaving EIH where it's unknown where they're going. Does this body of work help us better understand where folks are going? Hi, Jackie.
Hi, I'm Jackie Morales-Frand. I'm the Director of Housing. Actually, your specific question really is something we have to work with the providers, because it's the lack of the data which they're not getting from the participants as they exit. So sometimes a participant will exit prior to, sneak out in the middle of the night, and so they're not able to track down. But some of it is just merely a data collection piece that we have to work more closely with them. However, this initial audit finding was really helpful to us regarding using HMIS and really requiring us to better use that data tool. And that is the formation of everything that we do around data collection on our homeless piece. And so anything that we can do to improve that work with our team will help to get better performance metrics out with the dashboard.
Great. Okay, that makes sense. And just to follow up on that, so are we working with our operators to better collect the data on
Yes,
people
we
exiting?
are working with them to, one, improve and get more in-depth metrics. So we started with the performance metrics that are created or that are collected across the system, but there are more detailed performance metrics that we think would be more valuable to us in better understanding how we manage the programs that we are going to be implementing in this upcoming calendar year.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, and then two more. On page, third question is page 59 on park maintenance. Really glad we've implemented the new park condition assessment scores. I'm curious, I don't know if we have someone who can speak to that, but have we evaluated the potential for using resilience core, conservation core, and to what extent we are leveraging these sort of outside entities to help improve park conditions? And I think that's maybe a little beyond the scope of the audit item, but I'm curious if that's something we've been evaluating.
Sure, happy to answer, Mayor. John Cicerelli, Director of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. We actually do have the Resilience Core and other elements of the Conservation Core integrated with the work we're doing now, particularly around our trail system. A little bit of good news, we've been trying very hard to create sort of an apprenticeship pipeline between that and our maintenance teams and full-time jobs here at the city. We haven't quite figured that piece out, but we had over 40 members of the Resilience Corps and Conservation Corps applying for our open job positions in maintenance. This round right now, people are being hired, so that's a really great story that's coming out of this. But our longer term prospect is to figure out how we keep it going and really turn it into that true pipeline that you work alongside us for whatever, 4 or 6 months. You check off all the boxes. If there's a vacant position, you qualify, you get the job.
That's fantastic. Yeah. So great to hear that that could help with our talent pipeline challenges, if you will. In terms of the work that they're doing, they seem to be incredibly talented young people as I've gotten to know them. Do we feel like we're fully leveraging their capacity, or is there room to actually expand these programs and have a greater impact on the outcome we care about in this case for this audit item, which is just the park conditions themselves?
Yeah, another good question. And by the way, the auditor is just wrapping up an audit on the Conservation Corps, so you'll get more specific questions and answered in more detail about this relationship very soon. But I will say throughout the pandemic, we really ballooned our relationship. It went up by multiples in terms of participation and funding, but it was all ARP. And so that's the trick. How do you continue to maintain this momentum? Because at the end of the day, really, Conservation Corps is a jobs program, right? Yeah. And you're trying to get these young, underserved kids that are coming out of neighborhoods where there aren't a lot of opportunities. You're trying to get them into the workforce with a good paying job. That's the ultimate goal. I don't have all the answers of how we sustain it at the level that we've pumped it up to through the pandemic, but we are doing things to keep some of it going for sure.
Yeah, okay, great. Good news on that is at least the governor's budget does not propose any cuts to the funding stream from the state for these programs.
Correct.
Which is positive.
And there's a lot of other granting programs that you can grab chunks of money. That's largely how we've been doing it now too. We did get a California grant to fund some aspect of this work, so it's not wholly dependent on ARP.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Sean. Sure. Appreciate it. Okay, and then finally, just wanted to touch on the fees associated with outdoor events. So this is relates to the audit rec on page 20. And I know that police department's coming back with a memo related to fees associated with outdoor events. I think the audit rec had to do with better cost recovery, so it was a way to save money, which makes sense. On the other hand, if we care about events in our downtown or other parts of town and making them affordable, as we push toward greater cost recovery, we're also pushing up costs on the folks trying to organize events. We could be working at cross purposes here. And I guess I'm just wondering if we were looking at ways of mitigating those costs, whether it's a rebate program for smaller event organizers, or it's increasing the use of CSOs versus sworn officers. And Jennifer, looks like you want to hop in. Go ahead.
I think our Nancy Klein is coming down because those costs are responsible to be administered out of the Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs, and she works with the police department and others that have the costs. But go ahead, Nancy.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Nancy Klein, Economic Development, Mayor and Council. In line with the Transition Committee's direction and Mayor and Council's direction, staff is working on proposing events that would require no permit and no dollars. There are complicated issues, including if we were to suggest CSOs could work closing streets, et cetera, that may well take much more work, and we've briefly gotten to speak about that with PD just this morning. PD is great. PD is very willing to cooperate and participate, but that would be a phase 2. So phase 1 is looking where we could diminish costs, and maybe it's just bad timing, but at the same time, PD, through the auditor's work, PD Public Works and DOT are moving forward with more cost recovery. There are other suggestions that, thanks to PD, we have that we want to talk to Jim Shannon about. We just talked about that this morning, so we'll be following up with Jim.
Okay. I appreciate that's an ongoing conversation, and I fully respect the audit recommendation that we try to close this gap and improve cost recovery. That has a logic to it. At the same time, as this comes back, I just hope staff will be really thinking hard about how we don't actually diminish the number of events, particularly from small arts and culture organizations and the folks who are contributing so much vibrancy to our community. We don't want to increase the burden on them while we're trying to reduce the costs coming out of the general fund. So there's a balancing act there. I just wanted to flag that because it was part of the budget message, and as you mentioned, came up in the transition committees as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
If I could add really quick, so that recommendation, obviously what comes to mind most is the outdoor events, and that makes sense. I don't know the scope of the work right now, but at the time of the audit, much of the work was actually private security, things of that nature. So doing work for a vendor so it wasn't just outdoor events. The scope of the work was much broader, and so looking at the totality of the work, the outdoor events was just a piece of it. So there was far more work in the secondary employment than just that. Just I wanted to bring that to attention.
Understood. That's a good note, though. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Okay, great. That was all I had. I don't see any other hands. I believe we had a motion to accept. That was from Councilmember Foley. So I believe we're ready to vote.
Torres? Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Doan?
Aye.
Candelas?
Aye.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Yes.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, great. That passes. We're on to item 3.4, Board of Fair Campaign and Political Practices. And we are interviewing candidates.
Yes.
And Tony, would you just clarify for everyone both the process and where we are with, I believe we have, do we have returning candidates from a few weeks ago?
They're not here, but you can vote for them. So we have Venkata, Gregory, and Kashvi, and they're coming down into the box. I'll let them introduce themselves. Lee Space was present online, and she just told us she lost her Zoom. So as soon as she gets back on, I'll let you know. But you can vote for, after your interview, your vote sheet will include the 3 people who did not get picked the last time. So you will choose up to 2 candidates from the total pool, the people interviewed today, as well as the people interviewed on the 28th. Baltazar was already appointed, so he's safe, but we did have 2 vacancies left.
Okay, great. Thanks, Tony. Okay, welcome. Thank you all for being interested in serving on the Fair Political Practices Commission. So I think we're starting with introductions. Is that right, Tony?
Yes, so I did forget to say this part. So you're going to start with introductions. We're going to give you 2 minutes to introduce yourselves, and then you'll have 2 minutes per question that is asked of you.
Great, okay. Why don't we start at the far end? Hi.
Good evening, Mayor and my name is Venkata Tadimeti. My first name is Venkata, and I go by Vasundhara. I was born and raised in India. I'm lucky to be born in a family where community service has much value in its hearts. And my grandfather was a freedom fighter who followed the footsteps of Mahatma Gandhi. My late father, who's a lawyer, always gave his pro bono services to the society. My late mother, who's a social worker who worked to empower uneducated women. I moved here 20 years ago with my husband, and we live in South San Jose with my 2 girls and 2 cats. I dedicated most of my time to my family, kids, and my father, who was in need of me in his last phases of his life. However, I valued community service. I work for school PTA. I am a communications chair in middle school PTA. I'm also a Girl Scout troop helper. I work for several nonprofits when I have some time. And last year, I volunteered for a political campaign. And in the process, I got familiarized myself with campaign laws. When I applied for this commission, I believed that this commission aligns with my values and interests. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. My name is Kashvi Jain. I'm a junior and 11th grader at Silver Creek High School. The main reason I was prompted to apply for this position is my extensive passion for community activism, as well as my passion for neurodiversity rights, as well as refugee rights. I'm one of the daughters of Amit Jain and Richa Jain. I have a younger sister who is a 9th grader at Silver Creek High School as well. The main reason that I applied for this board was to be able to gain an opportunity as a student to advocate for fairer laws and advocate for a better fair standard at the city of San Jose. I've been a resident, I've been brought up in the city of San Jose for all my life, for 17 years. And I believe that applying for this position would give me the opportunity to meet many new people, conduct and participate in various practices, as well as understand how legal practices, legal frameworks, and other practices and campaign laws work.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. It's great to be here with you all. My name is Greg Ebert. I'm a resident of San Jose for the past 7 years, grew up in the Bay Area. I am a teacher at Evergreen Valley High School, so rivals of the Silver Creek Raiders. All good. And I'm excited to apply to this position because I believe as a teacher of government and U.S. history that I have the knowledge of where this nation has kind of come from on elections and where our city kind of currently stands. I believe that you all know how intense the elections have become here in San Jose, how much time, energy, passion you all put into it, as well as the massive amounts of money that have flowed into our elections over the past 10, 20, 30 years. I believe as a member of this board, I will be contributing and making sure that the voices of people are heard and that we are taking a hard and serious look at how we can better our elections and protect our democratic processes in the coming years. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, colleagues, if you have questions, feel free to put up your hand and we'll start with Vice Mayor Kameh.
Thank you. And thank you for your interest and application to this. It's critically important. I was just curious as to how you would keep yourself up to date on FPPC regulations.
Let's start with Kashvi on that one, followed by Gregory.
Sure. Great question. I think my main experience works with a lot of research, so I think it's really important by being up to date, having good extensive research on the laws that you mentioned. I think that I have experience working in researching different titles. Like for example, I did an interning position for DePaul University where I researched and redrafted their Title IX sexual harassment claims. So I learned how to indulge in extensive research, keeping up to every weekly updates on the Title IX laws, as well as subscribing to different websites and channels that give me more information. And I think that that experience and my ability to research is really essential in being updated with the laws that you mentioned. And I think it would give me an opportunity to research and understand the laws in depth.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to fair campaign practices, obviously we have to look at this kind of balancing and juggling act that we as a city have to do with the state regulations and then federal regulations. So I'm more up to date with the federal rules and regulations as a AP government teacher. So I've looked at the municipal code, parsed through it a bit, but as far as keeping up with it, it's just doing the work, right? Finding time to research, making it a priority, and this board will be my priority to ensure that the city of San Jose and the residents here are protected and have elections that actually represent them.
Give Ven to talk.
The FPPC, my interest in campaign laws led me to research about FPPC and the importance of Political Reform Act. And I've been following how they amend these, how they implement these laws, and what is the new, what are they are planning to change. I recently read one article about FPPC, how it's modernizing the laws, putting them in plain English so everybody can understand, so there won't be any technical errors. It's interesting to learn more, and so we know how the commission is planning to help in fair elections.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Ortiz next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the applicants. Really appreciate your commitment to public service. I'm going to ask a question that I asked your counterparts at the last interview session, which is, if there was one piece of campaign law that you would change or delete, what would it be and why?
Let's start with Gregory, followed by Venkata.
I mean, it's not something that there's one piece. I mean, it's got to be Citizens United versus the FEC, but of course that's not under the purview of our local legal authority. But that's where it all begins. I think we all know that. I think you all know where our current campaign system has kind of gone and where it's come from. So I think clearly that's where we'd have to begin, but that is not something that this board will ever be able to deal with. So with that, it's just enforcing the current regulations. I want to see where and how, and that's something that I feel like I don't currently have a ton of knowledge of where and how in San Jose municipal code. We're ending up in a situation where elections have become, like, why are we in a place where the mayoral election, right, of our mayor ended up costing millions and millions of dollars, which I think is representative of how important a position it is, but also a sign that something in San Jose has changed a little bit in the past decade or two. So I'm not sure where that stems from, but I would start with taking a look and seeing how the funds have been spent. I know we have a lot of public data on where money is coming from, and I'd love to dive more into that.
So this is a tough question because campaign laws, Citizens United gutted the strength of Bipartisan Reform Act of 2002. So the biggest task of controlling money in elections is actually tied with the First Amendment Act of freedom of speech. So how do we do this? I don't know, but then what I can say is most of the campaigns should be grassroots, taken or funded by public people and workers, not by large corporations who does the contributions, biggest contributions, because when that happens, the wealthy get the voice, they have the loudest voice, and common people who doesn't understand the laws are always confused on what's going on. So I think there should be transparency related to money, because we don't know where exactly the money is flowing into these campaigns.
In my opinion, I would say that one thing to change for campaign laws is the accessibility. I think a lot of times in filling out forms and trying to explain the violations that have occurred, it's very tedious. And I think to be more inclusive of individuals who might not be able to fill out the violations, I think the campaign law should be more accessible towards them, especially at school. For younger individuals in my generation, it's very difficult to understand all the legal proceedings and procedures. So I think if we can amend our laws to be more accessible towards them, that would be great, as well as like accessible towards neurodiverse individuals and school officials and younger students who really do have a passion for ethics and want to submit their violations to the Board of Fair Campaign and Political Practices.
Great. Thank you all for your answers. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you, and thank you for applying for this position. I have a question for you. There's a lot of politics at play in any election cycle, as you know. So how do you plan to set your politics aside when an issue comes before you?
We're going to start with Venkata, followed by Kashvi.
So I think when we put our core values first, which are like at any workplace, integrity, discipline, diligence, and perseverance, all such discipline, of course. So we are also making a decision based on our core values. Also, our decisions can cost the democracy. Citizens and common people, whoever, have a trust in governmental system. So when we are in a board or a commission, we make decisions to increase their trust. So political lenience or political favorism or anything doesn't come when we stick to our core values and when we make decisions, remembering the public who are keeping the trust on us. Thank you.
I believe that essentially, in terms of politics, I think it's really important to take a neutral perspective towards different ideas. And I think my experience as like a student, I've been able to understand two different perspectives. And I think it's really important to come in with an open mind whenever we're in this board. I participate in speech and debate, and as many individuals know, it requires understanding both sides of the debate and understanding both sides of the debate. So I think that perspective is really important in this board, so then we can understand the two different perspectives that individuals have and make sure that we can create a neutral decision based on the legal procedures and make sure that we can empathize and be mindful towards experiences people go through and understanding those experiences.
Well, as an educator, I'm well aware of kind of keeping politics separate from the educational system, right? As someone who has taught for a few years now. And I understand that this board, right, is a nonpartisan commission that gains its authority from the sovereignty that is granted into you, the council, right? You are the ones who are going to be crafting the laws, the rules, the regulations. While I might come up with ideas that I think would be great, that's not going to be ultimately the role. While I'm excited and curious to look at why or how this has happened, ultimately whatever the board comes to relies on your guidance and ultimately on the power that you folks have to kind of adjust and change the municipal code and then give us perhaps on the board the tools that we need to then enforce the things that you are prioritizing, right? Because ultimately that is the board. We're there as both oversight but also as enforcement. So you're the lawmakers, we're carrying out the law.
Okay, thank you all. Councilmember Candelas?
Thank you. I too echo the comments and thoughts of my colleagues and want to thank you for applying and getting up here to interview. What is your understanding of the purpose of this commission?
Sorry, let's start with Gregory.
Yeah, so this commission is there to enforce our municipal election code. So it's to ensure that political campaigns are practicing fair and ethical campaigns, which is only enforceable via our code, or via, not our code, via the law that exists. So we're there to ensure compliance and then to flag potentially operations, flag moments, things that we see that maybe don't fit under the current legislation that you've crafted, the current council legislation, to ensure that if there are things that are these edge cases that aren't brought up, that aren't discussed, that haven't been put into the code, that's where I see the board as being this investigator, right? So we'll work with the attorney to see those cases, and then, of course, carrying out the punishment for violations, and then bringing those recommendations back to you, the council.
Venkata, followed by Kashvi.
I think it's an important commission where follow rules according to the in compliance with municipal code and reviewing cases in order to reflect in a fair campaign, because a fair campaign brings the public trust back into the system and improve the low voter rate. That is what happening in San Jose nowadays. So being in this commission and reviewing cases and learning from, following the law is very important to result in a better campaign, which results in transparency.
I think the main two imperative goals of this board is number one, to ensure fair, equal practices, especially like my colleagues have said in the political practices in elections, as well as in like the campaign of board and ethics. I think the second imperative goal is, of course, to address the allegations and violations of the code of conduct that is argued in the Board of Ethical Campaign and Practices. And I think it's also really important that we address those concerns and make sure that people's voices are heard in this board. And essentially, it's important that during the election cycles, we do have better, fair representation, and we know that people's violations, people's code of conduct, they're not being violated as a result. And we hope that we can address everyone's concerns through this board and ensure that overall in our community of San Jose, that everyone is being able to express their concerns, make sure there's better ethical standards, and make sure that our election processes are more equal and have more representation, especially from individuals that come from low-income areas or don't have access to the voting polls or they don't have accessibility to the standards of being able to vote or knowledge of candidates.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Batra?
Thank you very much for applying for this position. Like my colleague Candelas, Councilmember Candelas asked, I want to probe a little further in that area. If you can comment on what you're really responsible for in this case, and how would you go about taking one element of that one for illustration purposes, that how you would pursue or investigate that.
Oh, sorry, Kashvi's first.
Would you mind repeating the question once more?
First, in terms of responsibilities for this commission, what are you supposed to be investigating, and how would you go about investigating as an illustration one particular item, whatever you find?
I think the main idea that we're trying to investigate is if it's justified, the violation, and if the violation should exist. And if in the case that the violation does exist, then we would take practices in order to make sure that the violation is curbed. I think the main role element of like the illustration is that we ensure that we can take a perspective into evaluating the case and evaluating the violation and see if it upholds to the standards proposed by the Code of Conduct. I think it's important that, as the illustration states, that we ensure that we can take a perspective towards seeing if there's precedence for the violation, as well as like if the violation again is justified in the Code of Law. And I feel like it's really important in order to do this, so then we can have better, fair representation in our board as well as in the city of San Jose.
Venkata?
So I am not familiar with the process, how they investigate, but definitely I know that there should be a lot of definitions to be known for related to this board. We need to study the municipal code, understand the terms, and make sure there is nothing missing in regards to these, committees or where exactly it's happening, and getting educated, following the law, also taking attorney's help, studying and understanding, discussing with the board members will help in investigating an issue, I think.
So as far as investigation goes, I mean, that is the main process is a complaint is brought to the board. Now, the one thing that I'm curious is how many complaints are brought, and do folks in San Jose, are they comfortable bringing those complaints? So that's one thing kind of outside of the scope of your question, council member, that I wonder about. But once there is a complaint, I think the process becomes a bit clearer. It's investigating this complaint, that's bringing in potential witnesses. I know we'll have subpoena power. I suspect we won't need to use it, but sending correspondence, talking to the campaigns, hearing what they have to say, the complainant, and if there's any other complainants, discovering who else is impacted by the complaint, right? Is it just the one person who's having this complaint? Is this complaint representative of a flyer that was sent out without the appropriate labeling? Was it representative of campaign practices that are violating some other code? Investigating, discovering where that went wrong, what the campaign has done to mitigate it, if anything, right? Because ideally, most campaigns, I think, are going to be responding to our complaints pretty seriously, or I hope they will be. And if they aren't, then that's the continued investigation and ultimately bringing those things before you with our recommendations and before I think the city attorney with recommendations, and well, the city attorney is the one who probably will come up with those recommendations, or yeah. So it's just a streamlined investigation process, I think, the kind of thing that you all do in your daily work with constituents.
Okay, thank you all for your answers. Councilmember Dewan.
Do you understand the time commitment that is involved in volunteering for this position? And if so, what are the 3 qualities that you bring onto the board?
Greg?
Yeah, I'm aware that we have, of course, the monthly meetings, but I believe most of the work is going to be taking place outside of those monthly meetings. It's going to be that process of investigating, communicating with other members of the board, and following up with each member of the board on the tasks that we've assigned them. I imagine this is going to be, as a teacher, a lot of homework, right? Imagine I'll have a lot of homework, which I'm comfortable with, of course. I'm excited at the opportunity to be someone who is working with a board and ultimately with you all to help safeguard and deal with the various election violations. So I don't know the exact amount of time. I'm expecting, a significant chunk of time, particularly during election years. I'm expecting hours and hours a week. Maybe it's more. I'm comfortable with whatever that amount of time. This is something I'm very excited for. I think the qualities I bring, I try to be concise. I try to be efficient with my time and respectful of others' time, and recognizing that my role is a facilitator on the board and on that commission. That's what I feel like as an educator too. I'm there to help amplify the voice of my students and give them voice. And I think that as the member of the commission, I'm there to bring this forward, discover what's going on, and allow the complaints to be investigated fairly and justly. So I think I mentioned efficiency, concision, and I hope fairness and ultimately justice can be brought to any violation in our elections.
Kashvi, followed by Venkata.
I understand the time commitments that are dedicated towards this role, and as a student, I do understand that I have school every day, but as said about the monthly meetings, I would be skipping school and attending those meetings. And outside of school, I do have a lot of free time despite homework and doing the work that's required for this board, as well as next year I'll be in senior year during the election time, so college applications will be done, so I'll be pretty much free during that time, so I would be able to commit a lot of time towards this board. And regarding the top qualities, I think first of all, passion is really important, like knowing that like in your job that you're really passionate about what you believe in and making sure that you are able to impose like better ethics in the city of San Jose. I do have a deep passion. I've participated in numerous activities such as I do FBLA where I argue cases for business ethics. I participated in moot courts proposed by the Silicon Valley where I argued cases for transgender rights, and police brutality. And I do have like a very deep passion for activism, which is why I'm here today. But then second of all, I think leadership is very imperative as well. Being able to communicate with colleagues and counter peers and being able to understand and empathize and take lead roles in doing your job and completing your duties on time is very important. And being able to experience being in so many clubs, leading so many activities, organizations, I do have experience in communicating with others, understanding others, and being able to complete my work on time with efficiency and good time management.
I know the commitment that the hours that need for the board before applying. I'm just like any board. I'm in school PTA, communications chair. As like any board, transparency, communicating with the board members in a transparent way, and honesty and dedication. These three are very important, and I believe I do have these as a mother, as a daughter, and as a PTA member or a Girl Scout troop helper. I believe I bring these qualities to the commission. Thank you.
Okay, great. And then I'll go ahead and ask one question here, which is similar to the one that Councilor Foley asked, but just from a slightly different perspective. If you were to encounter a situation in which you really felt that a candidate was or was not acting in a way that you supported personally, but it was in adherence with the rules as written, what would your thought process be? Basically, the question is if there's a conflict between your kind of personal preferences or how your heart feels about an issue versus the sort of strict interpretation of the rule, given what you understand about your role on this board, how would you approach that?
Venkata?
So if such situation comes, I definitely do the first thing as following the letter of the law. The law is the priority or the one that comes first in any situation. So following the letter of the law, what the law says, what are the rules that the commission or the board members have to follow. So those are the issues that come first than anyone. I think that is the best way to approach. I believe in that.
Kashvi, followed by Gregory.
I agree with Ms. Venkata. I believe that law and like the code of conduct is really important to follow, of course, but I also think communication with with the colleagues in the board is also very important. Being able to understand what they believe and what they think about this will help create our own perspectives as well and make sure we can remove any biases that occur within our personal feelings. So being able to communicate with them and understand how they believe about this and how they want to approach this problem is really important. So we can make a collective effort. As this board is a community volunteering opportunity, it's important that we factor in everyone's opinions and take in multiple perspectives. And yes.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to the letter of the law is the law, right? The code is what's there. We are bound to that, right? You are all bound to those. I am going to be enforcing that. So if it violates my personal beliefs or there's an action that I feel like personally I don't like, that's not really the question that we're being asked. We're not really personally being asked whether this thing is acceptable or not. We're asking whether this violates the current election codes of the city of San Jose. Now, if there are a lot of those cases, I think that is something that the board is there for, to bring up to you that this is a potential issue. If we're seeing lots and lots of this thing that is clearly all of us or all of the board is noticing is maybe feeling like it goes against, I don't want to say our heart, but going against what we understand the democratic process to look like, if there's anything that you can do to help create those rules that can then be enforced, that would be what I bring up. But yeah, of course, there's going to be moments where you're going against perhaps your personal feelings, and that's part of any job, and particularly a job like this where we're going to be enforcing the regulations as they are currently crafted.
Great, thank you all, appreciate it. Tony, those are all the hands I have up. Before we vote, do you have anything else?
Yes, Kashfi, you just said you're 17.
I'm 16.
You're 16.
Yes.
So you have to be a registered voter. You indicated you are a registered voter on your application, but you can only be pre-registered at your age. So we cannot appoint you.
No worries. Thank you.
But we appreciate your interest, and maybe we'll see you in a couple of years. Or yes, there are roles on the youth commission and
Yes.
other ways to be involved. But thank you for applying.
And we can take you as a volunteer in our office and teach you all about elections.
No, I got dibs, Tony. As she goes to Silver Creek, so Evergreen,
We'll both contact you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lee was unable to get back on Zoom and indicated that she will apply in the future. So your vote sheet, you have Venkata and Gregory, as well as Christopher Lee, Ravi, and Jennifer from last week. If you select up to 2 for the 2 vacancies, if we don't receive 6 votes for anybody, then we will reopen recruitment and do this all in another couple of months. So mark your ballots again. Go ahead and line through Kashfi and Lee Space. And then you have Venkata, Gregory, Christopher, Ravi, and Jennifer to choose from.
Hey, just a second. Hey, Tony?
Yes.
Do we have to vote? We already selected one candidate
Yes,
last
so
time.
we have 2 vacancies, so you can select up to 2.
So 2 more have to be
Yes.
selected. Okay.
Yes.
All right. And Lee Space is not going to be appearing for interview? The 4th one?
Yes, she was online. When she went offline, we.
Oh, then
Yeah, and
network
then
problems.
she emailed us and said she would apply again in the future.
Okay.
And I have Councilmember Cohen will be texting me the votes, so I'll read his votes out loud as well. Okay. I don't know if you have a short item you want to go to while we do this, or if you guys could take a bathroom break.
I'm sorry, I missed the question, Tony. Yeah, happy to move on to item 3.5 while you're tallying the vote. So why don't we thank our candidates, and you all can sit again here in the still stay in the chamber here while we begin item 3.5.
And I'm also still waiting for Cohen's vote. Ortiz is Gregory.
Okay, great. So if colleagues have questions on 3.5, we will come back after public comment. Tony, do you want to begin public comment on 3.5?
I have no hands.
Okay, back to council. Councilor Torres.
Just move to accept item 3.5.
Second.
Great. Okay, not seeing any other hands. I think we're ready to vote.
Torres. Cohen. Cohen.
Aye.
Ortiz.
Aye.
Davis.
Yes.
Doan.
Aye.
Candelas.
Aye.
Foley.
Aye.
Batra.
Yes.
Kamei.
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. That passes.
And I have the tallied votes.
Okay.
We do have 7 votes for Venkata and 6 for Gregory Ebert. So please, again, double check to make sure we've reflected your vote accurately. And if nobody has any objections, then we have an appointment for Venkata and Gregory to a term starting immediately.
Is it 2/3?
You're right. It's 8 votes, not 6.
Should we revote?
Yep, we'll revote. We have more. We have lots of sheets. So in this, we'll revote with Venkat. Well, we've got. I don't have a top 3. I just have a top 2. Because Ravi and Jennifer both received 3. So we would be revoting with this, basically the same group of people. So if that would, somebody would have to switch their vote, but it would be, you would vote for Venkata, Gregory, Ravi, and Jennifer would be the only people to select from.
Okay. So,
and we did have one council member who only voted for one person the first round. Okay, I don't have a paper clip for you.
hey, Taurus. We need to get 8 votes or what? Yeah.
Okay, while this round of voting is being tallied, should we invite folks down to the box for the next item? As my colleagues will remember, we deferred item 3.6 and item 6.1, which means we are on to item 8.1, which is the Berryessa Flea Market Advisory Group Status Report. I think we can begin the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. Nancy Klein, Director of Office of Economic Development, Cultural Affairs. I'm here with Lori Severino, Adolfo Ruiz, and Nathan Donato Weinstein. And we're here to present a brief status update in accord with Council direction on the formation of the Flea Market Advisory Group. We are following up as Council set out on let's see, I think it was June 2021 when the last action on the flea market came before you. That last action, Council approved a rezoning of the Berryessa Flea Market site, and that site rezoning was done at the city's request because the original zoning back in 2007 provided much less density than the council or city would want to see on this site immediately adjacent to BART, our only BART station currently. The direction from council also included a variety of measures intended to support existing vendors as the site transitions from the flea market to a transit-oriented development. One of the measures is to ensure that the project contains 5 acres on site that serves as an urban market. And that area, actually, Lori, if you'd switch back one sec. There you go. That is the 5 acres as shown in the red on the slide above. And then we could go forward. Thank you. Council direction provided that OED CA staff engage vendors in the process and ensure that we offer small business support to the vendors throughout this process. The property owner, through council direction, is required to pay $5 million in 3 increments into a vendor transition fund that is to primarily help vendors' costs associated with relocation. And the city has committed an additional $2.5 million. Also consistent with council direction is to ensure that part of the initial payment will fund studies that will help inform future decisions related to the transition fund and the on-site market concept. The advisory group and the vendors will have a meaningful voice as a result of the creation of the advisory group, and we've already been deep in partnership with the vendors, particularly the Berryessa Flea Market Vendors Association and advocates, and to continue to provide some additional information on the formation of the advisory group. I'll hand this over to Lori Severino.
Thank you, Nancy. So council had envisioned that the advisory group would mainly include vendors as well as the property owner and would advise on 3 main topics: uses of the vendor transition fund, the design and operation of the on-site urban market, and the allocation of space to existing vendors in that urban market. Council wanted staff to work with stakeholders to draft a charter outlining the details of the advisory group. Staff worked with a consultant team to conduct this engagement process, which included a series of events to gather input from the vendor community, coordination with the property owner team, and a public review period for the draft charter. The process culminated with a community meeting in February where we confirmed that there was general consensus on the charter and we moved forward with member selection. So the charter outlines the purpose of the group, which is to advise city staff on the allocation of the vendor transition fund, the urban market concept, and the process for allocating space to existing vendors. The advisory group will also be expected to help staff with outreach to the broader vendor community. This reflects the original council direction and adds ensuring coordination with the property owner on plans for the urban market as another objective of the group. The group will have 11 voting members, including 10 vendors and 1 property owner representative. Of the 10 vendor seats, 6 of the members will be nominated by the Berryessa Flea Market Vendor Association, and 4 will be selected through an application and evaluation process run by staff. The city manager will make the official appointments. Staff will be responsible for running the meetings, acting on the feedback, and making sure that everyone can actively participate through providing language access and other inclusive measures. The meetings will be open to the public with materials posted on our vendor info website. So we kicked off the member selection process at that February 22nd meeting, and the deadline to apply for the 4 general seats was yesterday, March 27th. Staff will now begin the process of evaluating those applications and working with the city manager to make the appointments. We are planning to have the first advisory group meeting in mid-May, and will report back to the Community and Economic Development Council Committee at their May meeting. I'll turn it back to Nancy now.
Lori, thank you. In wrapping up, the work that council identified for us is now fully underway as directed and anticipated from council and the community. And the charter that has been supported reflects council's original intent for the group and incorporates important and essential input from the stakeholders. The engagement process, it has built broad support for the advisory group framework, and we're excited to begin the meetings and advisory group interaction and continue collaborating with the vendor community at large including also the property owners as we move forward onto the next phase of the flea market work. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that the folks on the team here have been working very diligently and passionately to get the work done, and also want to deeply thank the Vendors Association and the vendors who have been essential and critical partners with us. And with that, we end our report and turn this back to council.
Thanks, Nancy. And just to echo your point, I really appreciate how much time, effort, and thought staff has put into supporting our vendors. This has been a great show of solidarity with them. I know you've all taken this very seriously, and I appreciate the work you've done. And I know we'll hear from some folks today, but just appreciate all the efforts that are being made to make sure that we're ready for this eventual closure. Just before we go to public comment, Tony, do you want to just quickly give us the results,
Yes.
since we have the candidates still in the chamber?
Yes. We do have two with over 8 votes. So Venkata and Gregory both received 9 and 8 votes. So both of them will be appointed. And our office will contact them to do their oath of office and all their other paperwork to get to their first meeting.
Great.
So congratulations.
Thank you, Tony. Congratulations to both of our applicants. All right. Great. So continuing on item 8.1, we will go to public comment.
Jesus, followed by Alex. Oh, and then after Alex, I have Roberto Gonzalez in person.
Yes, hello, could you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Mahan, Vice Mayor Kamei, and council members, my name is Jesus Flores. I am Executive Director of Latino Business Foundation, Silicon Valley. I am calling in support of the Berryessa Flea Market Advisory Board and the status report that is being presented to you today. Latino Business Foundation has been working with the Berryessa Flea Market Vendors Association since August of 2020 in ensuring that the involvement of vendors in this process and working towards their goal of relocation. We are also a part of the coalition that has been working along with OED on the process of creating this advisory board. I want to take this opportunity to thank the staff of the Office of Economic Development for their great work in this charter, as this process has been thoughtful and the inclusion of vendors as key stakeholders is commendable. As a side note, it is another rainy day out there. And as much as we need the rain and the water, we must remember that for our vendors, rainy days mean no money-making days. Many of our vendors have not been able to sell their products more than a few days during the past months. They need support urgently. It is important to remember, and I want to emphasize, that this coming June, the vendors might receive a 1-year notice of eviction. We need to continue our effort of creating a plan where no vendor is displaced, and we find an alternate site where these vendors, many of them being single mothers, can continue to work and provide for their families. Thank you again.
Alex, followed by Roberto.
Hey, good afternoon, council members. This is Alex Shore speaking on this item on behalf of Catalyze SV, which has been supporting the Berryessa Flea Market Vendors Association as part of the coalition they've formed to prevent the displacement of these vendors from our community and this revenue, this cultural gem from our community as well. We're supporting staff's efforts and this item today with the advisory group. Looks like some really great things in these recommendations. Particularly want to call out the new market design and operation. That's been an area where our coalition has been concerned and frankly skeptical about the desire of the future decision makers of the site about if the vendors will actually be able to continue to sell in this place where they've been for over 60 years. So if they are going to be weighing in on that, it means that their voices are at the table and thus they have more input on their own economic future, which is really what this is all about, making sure that working class folks working extremely hard to support themselves, many of whom are immigrants, have control over their economic destiny. And we're so grateful for staff's work to continue to support that. We will continue to push them at times to make sure that we're doing everything we can to keep this economic driver and this cultural gem in our community. Thank you so much, staff, for your work, and to the BFVA for helping represent so many of these vendors. That's all.
Roberto, followed by Kelly.
Hi, Mayor, council members. My name is Roberto Gonzalez, president of the Berryessa Flea Market Vendors Association. Just here as well to support the status update and then also the charter. And then definitely give a huge shout out to the folks here to my left in OED for all the great work they've been doing with us, as well as the consultant team of Barrett and Driscoll in helping us get to this point in the work. It's been great to see the work that we've achieved so far and the involvement of vendors and centering their voices in this process. It's been inclusive and has, from our previous speakers, brought in a broad coalition of folks that are interested in the flea market, whether it be Latino Business Foundation, Catalyze SV, or planning experts from San Jose State. As you guys could tell, the Pulga topic is an important one here for our city. And moving forward, we have an opportunity to make a positive impact, not just on the flea market vendors, but also on the community as a whole, right? And preserving this gem for all of us. On that note, there's more work to be done, and we have to all be conscious that come this June, we can get a 1-year notice of eviction, and the thought of relocation and support from council is at an all-time high. And not just thinking about the 5-acre market, right? Thinking of an alternate site where other vendors, not just the flea market vendors, can grow and thrive and prosper in our city. And at the end of the day, we should work, or all of this work, should be done to the benefit of the community and the vendors as well. So I believe we're on the right track and just need a little bit more support, and just thank everyone for the diligent work on this. Thank you.
Kelly, followed by Blair.
Hi, this is Kelly Snyder. I am the Director of Real Estate Development Program at San Jose State University, and I have also been a member of the coalition with OED and the BFEA over the past year and a half. Thank you to everyone at OED. I want to mention Adolfo Morales specifically, who has been really outstanding, helping with his language skills and in some really stressful situations, stressful community meetings. So great job to everyone at OED. Really looking forward, as the other speakers have said, to the relocation and the ultimate ability for these vendors to have a little more control over their business and control over the future of their business. I think the next year or two are going to be critical, and I'm really glad to see this update and looking forward to these economic studies. Before the 2 minutes runs out, I just wanted to leave 2 little really interesting tidbits regarding the flea market for everyone on the dais and everyone listening at home as well. Want to remind everyone that the San Jose Flea Market, Berryessa Flea Market, is a key player in Khaled Hosseini's The Kite Runner, which is a worldwide juggernaut. It's now a Broadway musical as well as an award-winning novel. There is great excerpts in The Kite Runner about Mr. Hosseini's experience selling at the flea market. He meets the love of his life there. The whole book and the whole story and the movie, whatever it is you want, please read it and get to know it. It features the flea market in key roles. And also as a reminder, this isn't just a little swap meet. Forbes magazine reported that in 2020, the Shoe Palace was sold to a British conglomerate for $325 million, and that was on profit of over $52 million. So this is really an incubator for OED. Thank you very much.
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I wish I was involved with this more than I am, so I'm a bit on the outside of these things, but I've noticed, memos and things do continuously say that this is a process to allow the vendors themselves to be a part of the future of the development of the flea market. And that means, in haggling and understanding what 5 acres can mean, Maybe that can mean 6, maybe that can mean 7, maybe 8. And from that design standard, this can be a way for vendors themselves to really have a hand and a part in what the shape of the buildings will look like, what their design will be, the landscaping will be. I mean, those kind of issues, I think if the vendors take real seriously and this advisory board takes seriously, they can have it can be a really interesting development, because currently I feel the current place looks kind of like a security zone, a high-end security establishment. And I'm a little put off by it. I think there can be a way that vendors themselves can add a really organic, important feeling to the future development of this place. And it's from that, I think a few extra acres for their own vendoring is possible, among other things. And I really hope that vendors can really have an honest say in the future development of this place, so it doesn't look like a high security complex. There can be ways to really work on these sort of things. Good luck how this is a full community effort, and to really honor what the good goals we're trying to set out for this process. Thank you.
Back to council.
Great, thank you. Okay, Councilman Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to begin my comments by thanking staff for the great presentation and for the report, and of course, for all the hard work you've done in collaboration with the Vendors Association. I'm especially thankful that staff ensured there was a high emphasis on the vendor and community input in regards to this charter. This process has truly highlighted the good work that can be done through the collaboration with community and partner organizations. I did want to just piggyback off of what the representative from the Berryessa Flea Market Vendors Association mentioned, and remind my colleagues that come June, vendors will potentially be receiving their 1-year notice to leave. And after that, we will be seeing vendors reaching out to our offices, collectively asking for help. It's at that point that I hope we can all step in and provide them with the necessary resources for relocation to keep these businesses alive and thriving. This is something that's very personal to me. One of my first jobs was working at the flea market, spent many weekends there with my family, and while I am sad to see the flea market go, I'm aware that there are still opportunities to preserve the many vendors who have contributed to my childhood and many of the individuals throughout the city of San Jose's livelihood. So I hope we could continue to partner with the Vendor Association and provide them the support that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Batra?
I also second the motion here, the work which you have already done and completing I have a couple of questions on one. I see the formation of the advisory board. So first question is about, we have been having trouble completing acquisition or requiring enough members to join those commissions and all. Do you see having any trouble in being able to get the 11 members you intend to have?
Thank you for the question. So we are in the process of getting the 6 nominations for 6 of the 10 vendor seats. And for the remaining 4, we received 14 applications. So we'll have some work to do to narrow it down from those 14 to 4. Okay. We did have to do a lot of outreach to try to get people to put in an application, knowing it is a bit of a time commitment. But we have been working with Roberto to structure this so that it's hopefully will be impactful and not too much of a time commitment, striking that right balance. So that's one approach we've taken to address that concern.
And just to add to that, Councilmember, all of our communications and meetings are done trilingually so that we could make sure people are supported in their native
Okay.
languages.
Congratulations. Most of the commissions have not been that lucky in getting, so you got oversubscribed, which is good. Okay. Number two, slight clarification is needed. This is advisory board. What's the decision-making authority in this thing?
Pardon me. The decision-making capacity rests with the city manager. That was the direction from the council moving forward, actually provided in the June 21 date.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And I make the motion to accept the recommendations of the staff.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. On to Councilmember Torres.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, staff, for all your hard work. I was transitioning out of Councilmember Carrasco's office when I was going to the meeting, so they were really well attended, well organized. Most importantly, they had very important translation services. So thank you for all your hard work. And of course, a huge major shout out to Roberto Gonzalez from the Vendors Association. And we just heard from Jesus Flores and Chava Bastamani and others from the coalition group. Just like Councilmember Ortiz, I grew up at the flea market, so I have very fond memories of the flea market, and that's why to this day, on this dais, I try to support our vendors and our street vendors and our local small businesses. So yes, it's very unfortunate what is happening to our flea market, and we really do have to be ready for the unfortunate closure of the flea market. So hopefully, as a city, we can work with our vendors, and this is a first start with them being at the table, making those decisions. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for your hard work, and thank you for the council member who directed our staff to look into this particular issues and turning the flea market into the urban market. I went to the flea market first time was in 1983. And I enjoy the open market and the many different vendors. And I hope that we continue to support these vendors and small businesses that exist and continue to do so that the way they can thrive within the urban market. And again, I just want to say thank you very much for doing a great job to the staff. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councilmember. Those are all the hands I have up. Once again, thank you to staff for all your work. Oh, we have Councilmember Cohen online. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say I'm thankful that we've gotten to this point. I had been hopeful after we spent those months 2 years ago working on this and developing the plans for the advisory group that we would be able to constitute the committee sooner and be further along. But I'm excited that we're now at this point. The work that this group will do is very important, and I'm glad that that we've come up with a plan to seat members of the vendors at the flea market along with the property owner in order to come up with a good transition plan. From the beginning of my term over 2 years ago, it was important for me to find a way to preserve the legacy of the flea market, which is, as we all know, a key cultural and economic engine in District 4 and for the entire city of San Jose. Back in 2007, when the property was rezoned, there was no consideration made for the impact on the vendors at the flea market. And so I'm glad that we came together 2 years ago to finally put in place a plan for that transition that will help the vendors as the development happens around the BART station. I want to particularly thank Roberto Gonzalez and the Berryessa Flea Market Vendors Association for their leadership throughout this process. They've been a very constructive partner with the city and have been very instrumental in getting this moving forward. Also, a lot of community allies have been very helpful in this. Some have spoken today, such people like Jesus and Kelly, among others, who have been good advocates from the beginning. And I want to just also thank our staff for their hard work in getting us to this point, working well with all of the advocates. And I look forward to hearing great work that the advisory group does going forward as we look for long-term solutions, which I continue to hope will include vendor spaces and ongoing market on this current site of the flea market, because I think, as we all know, it's really been an important element of this community. I mean, I raised my children going to the flea market monthly, walking down the street to be there, and it's an important, vibrant part of District 4. And so whether all or in part we preserve locations to keep it at that location, I think that would be very important, but also continue to look for other sites so that all the vendors will be able to have an opportunity to continue to run their businesses here in San Jose. So thank you, everyone, for getting us to this point. And thanks for the partnership between the BFEA and the City Economic Development Office.
Great, thanks, Council Member. That was the perfect way to sum it up, and I echo the thanks to both staff and the vendors for working closely to position us for the best possible outcome for everybody. With that, Tony, I think we are ready to vote.
Torres? Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Doan?
Aye.
Candelas?
Aye.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Aye.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are on to item 8.2. I believe we have a staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Jackie Morales-Ferrand, and I am the Director of the Housing Department, and I'm here with Stephanie Gutowski, who is the Senior Development Officer with our grants team, and Kelly Hemphill, who is the Division Manager for our Homeless Response Team. And we're going to give you a very brief presentation on our home ARP funding and the process by which we went through in order to make this recommendation. So we're here to tell you how what we're recommending to use 11.6 million of Home American Rescue funds that were awarded to the city in 2021. In order to spend these funds, we have to program them in our HUD annual action plan. The action plan informs the community and HUD how these funds will be spent. The deadline for submitting this plan to HUD is March 31st. Funds have to benefit one of 4 targeted populations, which include being homeless, at risk of homelessness, fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, including dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, or human trafficking, and being a veteran or a member of a veteran's family. There are 4 eligible activities that funds can be used for, and they include the development and preservation of affordable housing, providing rental assistance for people to go into housing, and it's usually market rate housing, supportive services, homeless prevention services, and housing counseling. And then the final area that we can fund is the purchase and development of non-congregate shelter, which is what we typically call as emergency interim housing. HUD does require that when we're programming our HUD funds that we consult with stakeholders and individuals that are going to benefit from these funds. And so the housing department used 3 approaches to engage the community and stakeholders. First of all, we used listening sessions where we met one-on-one or in groups with persons with lived experience, the community, and nonprofits that serve them. Then secondly, we created a web page where it was a one-stop shop where people could learn about the HUD funding, view our draft plan, and submit comments. And then finally, we did a survey, an online survey, which was translated in multiple languages, and it was open to the public during February. We used all of this information to bring you our HUD home ARP proposal and recommendations. So we are proposing to use it in 3 primary activities. The first activity is homeless prevention, and you've heard about our homeless prevention program, where we're basically keeping people in their homes because that is the most cost-effective way if we can prevent people from being homeless. We're allocating $3 million to that activity, and we'll serve 500 individuals. The second proposal is tenant-based rental assistance. That is basically a rental assistance program. We're going to be serving 300 people with a budget of $4.5 million. And then lastly, supportive services for our residents that are living in our non-congregate shelters, which are our emergency interim housing sites. That will benefit 300 people with a cost of approximately $2.4 million. And then there is an allocation to support the administration and planning of the funds, of which would go to the housing department at $1.7 million. With all of our programs, we do create performance metrics, and these should be familiar to you because they are consistent with the community plan to end homelessness, and they are really focused on the 3 strategies that you've heard us discuss before in the past. So the first one is homeless prevention, and the performance metric there is that 85% of the people who receive funding will remain stably housed for 1 year after receiving the services. For our rental assistance program, 83% of the individuals after they finish receiving the rental assistance will continue to be stably housed. And then lastly, the supportive services that we're providing for people that are living in our emergency interim housing, the whole goal of that supportive housing is really to help people transition into permanent housing. And so our target is 32% of individuals will exit to permanent housing. These target metrics are consistent with what we see in our community plan, which is our regional programs. It allows us to benchmark ourselves against other providers across the county. So there's our recommendation that you adopt this resolution and that we'll be able to submit this to HUD prior to the due date of March 31st. And with that, we are available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jackie. We go to public comment.
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I'm going to have to look over this report much more. And it's my hope that this is the work and efforts from what you're sounding like today that's supposed to be kind of how to help really build our future of really housing people and how people can be really housed more and have a more stable environment. You know, the COVID funding that's not just from the federal level, but that's gone to the state level, that, you know, they've built up, you know, really massive accounts within state government sources that we will be depending on year after year in our future, and that we'll be able to more pay for services for long-term housing for people to really stabilize and get on their feet, for families to get on their feet. Obviously, I mean, that's what the county is working on at the county level, how to house our families. They have a real important goal to do that. And I hope you can follow suit to really offer a stable setting for people. And this is the work, it sounds like today, that is towards that. I mean, it's basically, it's our lives' work. We've just geared for this our whole lives, and we have a more of a chance to do this. I hope these are the good practices, how we organize ourselves to do this good work at this time. And in the next few years, something should hopefully be really blossoming. So good luck in these efforts, and thanks for your time and patience, and good luck in our understanding of our future. Thank you.
Back to council.
Great, thank you. I don't see any hands up from colleagues. Maybe I'll jump in with a couple questions. First, I understand and agree with the allocations make sense. I'm curious, within these buckets, which of the funds will be used to support existing contracts and programs, and if we're going to be actually putting out new RFPs for any of these dollars?
Kelly can jump in if I don't answer this totally, but we're going to be expanding opportunities in the rental assistance program. And we are going to be funding existing EIHs, and so we are going to be doing new RFPs for the existing EIHs, because we are going to be coming back to you this spring with our report that we have done with the San Francisco Foundation, where we looked at the costs of how to operate it with a goal of how do we bring consistency across all the EIHs, set up a standard for the EIHs, and then have the nonprofits respond to that standard that we'll be creating. And then, do you want to answer the last one?
Hello. The prevention, the homelessness prevention system is actually transitioning from Destination Home over to the County of Santa Clara. So that will create a new contract. Same work. And then we will kind of be expanding our existing TBRA contracts with this money and perhaps a little bit of an employment component, so an enhanced version of what we have right now.
Got it. That's helpful. Thank you. When the prevention program transitions to the county, I assume these dollars still stay within the city of San Jose? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do we have a sense, my understanding is that the need for prevention dollars to keep people housed far exceeds our resources, but do we have a sense of the gap and how much this helps fill, at least in the short run? Do we have a sense of kind of the magnitude of what the need is?
Yes, they're working. Actually, right now we have just started meeting with the county and Destination Home to work through the numbers, because one of the things that happened most recently was that they're finding that the need in terms of the individual need for support is much greater than what they originally budgeted for.
On a per household basis?
On a per household
Yeah,
basis.
okay.
And that's really shifted now, our whole understanding of what the program is. And some people are staying on longer than they have had to in the past. And so I think we will have a better understanding of their full capacity as we come back to you and respond to your budget message.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting and not totally unexpected, but important to understand. Thank you. Okay, and then finally, just on the administration and planning piece, my quick back of the envelope math says that that's about 15% of the total, which feels high, but I could be wrong. Can you help me understand the 1.75 million in the fourth line item?
That is the HUD allowable amount. So they put a cap, and the housing department typically takes the entire cap, and I have to say it has never been enough in order to provide the level of administrative support that we need in order to oversee all of the federal funds that we receive. And so all these dollars help to support the department and to ensure, as you just went through that audit report, that we are actually meeting all the federal requirements of these programs, and they are vast. And so.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I guess I'm just curious if we're mostly if we're deploying the dollars through existing programs, do we need as much overhead for deploying these incremental dollars, I guess is the question.
Right, and even if we're deploying, so for example, homeless prevention, we're using federal funds. We typically have used general funds. So general funds don't have the level of requirements that the federal funds have. And so we're going to have to educate people on, now we're giving you a new source of funds with new requirements, and we have to ensure that they meet the federal government's documentation requirements, which are which are different than what they were using with the city funds.
Okay. So the federal government's rules are helping to drive the 15% overhead. Okay. Looking forward to Chat GPT fixing this for all of us. Should be easier. Okay, sounds good. Any other, let's see, we have a hand up. Awesome. Councilmember Batra.
Could you get that allocation slide up again, please? Okay, thank you. Mayor already covered the administration cost, which I was going to ask about 16% what it was coming to. Okay.
And the one thing I might add is if, we have a spending deadline on all of these programs. So as we monitor the funding and what we need, we will be able to tell if we actually need all of that 1.7 as we allocate positions, because this is over time as well. We have to do one part of the program, and then we have to monitor and close out the program. If for some reason we didn't need all 1.7, then we would move the funding to one of the other approved categories.
Okay. Now, the condition of this allocation allowed you to spend money on any of these 4 types of program or 3 types of programs, right? But you could have given it all to one program if you wanted it. Or do they want you to cover all the 3?
We could have given it to one program, but based on public comment, we selected these 3.
Okay. So in the homeless prevention one, it comes to about $6,000 a candidate or individual, whatever we're doing here, based on $3 million and 500. Okay, what do we really see when we go and see it? What happened there? What actual action is taken? Just for my understanding.
So in terms of the homeless prevention, so someone is coming to, for example, Sacred Heart is one of our nonprofit that provides those services. Somebody's coming to them saying that they are in jeopardy of being potentially evicted. They can't afford their rent. They do a calculation. They first do an assessment to figure out where they fall on need. And if they qualify for the program, then the program will help them to pay the gap between what they can afford in their rent in order to ensure that they do not get evicted. And then they are provided services to help them figure out how to ensure that they can continue to make rental payments.
Okay. And so that's to ensure about a year of time frame, or there's a minimum period which we cover with this thing?
What's very what's great about this program is very individualized. And so somebody might just need a month of rental assistance, but someone else may need 6 months of rental assistance. So it's really based on the family situation and what they need.
All right. And each one of those cases is brought to somebody in your department, right? Through some nonprofit.
It's actually not brought to our department. It's all handled via our nonprofit partners who provide the services directly to the households or families that need the assistance.
So yours would be allocation to these nonprofits, all this money?
So we have an allocation to whoever's running the homeless prevention system. The homeless prevention system then creates the contracts and then administers the program. So we're funding a program. The program will then contract out with the nonprofits.
Okay, all right, great. And the supportive services, you're saying it's shifting to the city, to the county? No.
No, we're saying the homeless prevention program will be shifting to the county.
Okay, and Mayor already ensured that the money stays with us. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you for the explanation, and I think it's a great work you're doing and preventing these homelessness and making sure that the people are able to pay their rent and they get the supportive services so citizens can live with the dignity. So I move the motion to move.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you. Motion by Councilor Batras, second by Councilor Torres, and we are on to Vice Mayor Kamei.
Thank you. I was just curious in terms of when we're looking at these numbers of outcomes, whether or not they are unduplicated or I don't know how we look at these numbers, or are they kind of like a estimate, is it a range, or because I know that people move from one to the other and can, sort of like move on progressively, but I was just curious in terms of, is this your, like an estimate of unduplicated or not, or?
Unduplicated.
That's good. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for the work.
Great, thanks, Vice Mayor. Okay, Tony, looks like we're ready to vote.
Torres?
Aye.
Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Doen?
Aye.
Candelas?
Aye.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Aye.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you to staff as well. We're on to item 8.3, which is an update on our emergency housing system, which we are expanding.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor and Council members, members of the public. We have a short presentation that we'd like to do, and then we'll be available for any questions. My name is Omar Passons. I'm a deputy city manager with a focus on preventing and ending homelessness and managing its impacts. I'm joined today by my colleagues, Jim Ortball, lead for special projects in the city manager's office, Jackie Morales-Ferran, director of the city's housing department, and Matt Lesh, director of the public works department. We are here to share an update about our ongoing work to improve our community with quality, supportive emergency interim housing. Oh, it worked. Great. The recommendation for your consideration today is just to accept the staff report, which was published, which was brought forward pursuant to a prior council direction coming out of a November 29th, 2022 action. So staff continues to move forward based on mayor and council direction that these new emergency interim housing sites be located in each community, and the sites are proving to be positive additions to the communities in which they are located. The sites are clean, quiet, and well-maintained, supportive for people in search of permanence, and they're safe places to rest, get services, connect to healthcare and job opportunities, and more. Although there are a range of types of interim housing, these particular ones, which we call EIH communities, have evolved since the city began siting and building them, so that now the units that we're talking about are durable, modular construction with individual rooms and bathrooms and showers, community space for meals and connection to services, and opportunities to that real peace and security while seeking permanent options. It is important to understand that there are more than one metric for what constitutes success for EIH communities. One key metric is whether a person is ultimately helped into a permanent home, which ends their experience of homelessness. Another key success metric, though, is whether the placement enabled a person to stay off the street, removing some of the suffering and difficulty associated with unsheltered homelessness. Since 2020, when San Jose opened its first interim housing site, the sites have served over 1,100 people, with 69% moving to permanent or transitional housing. Interim housing can help fill the gap as new affordable housing is developed, providing unsheltered individuals a place to heal and stabilize on that path to permanence. Now I'll turn it over to Jim Ortball to give an update about the specific pipeline in progress. Jim?
Thank you, Omar. If you could move the next slide, please. Yeah. So this slide that you see here shows our progress towards the city goal of 1,000 interim housing units in our city. During the emergency operations period of the COVID pandemic, the city quickly delivered most of the almost 400 beds that are in operation today with the benefit of being CEQA exempt. We used emergency procurement powers, and we managed the projects through the Emergency Operations Center for quick delivery. About 600 remain to achieve the 1,000 bed goal directed by the City Council. 96 beds are in the final construction stages at the Guadalupe site near our police headquarters off the Guadalupe Parkway. And then construction is scheduled to be complete in April with opening in May. So we'll be almost at 500 units by May, so halfway to the goal. 2 projects are in the pipeline that will deliver almost 300 beds, the Rue Ferrari expansion and the Monterey Branham project. The last 200 beds of this phase are in the final stages of site evaluation and trying to gain site control. And this next slide that I'm going to show you will go into the details of this particular projects and kind of where they're at, any obstacles that we're at, and what the next steps for development are. As I mentioned, the Rue Ferrari expansion, it's in design currently, and it's expected to receive Caltrans review within 3 months, which will enable us to put it out to a procurement process. Caltrans has signed a letter of intent to extend our lease by about 17 years on that site and to expand the footprint so we can add the additional units. So a critical step in advancing that expansion project. The goal is to procure a contractor, award a contract, and be under construction by the end of this calendar year. The Monterey Branham project has all documents executed and is going to have groundbreaking on April 6th. So significant progress on that project as well. As mentioned on the last slide, the Guadalupe project, it's almost complete and it's expected to open with 96 beds in May of this year, so in short order. The last 4 sites on this slide represent sites the City Council has authorized movement forward on, yet we continue with evaluation and some obstacles remain related to site control, practicality, whether we can actually construct a project in that location. So in District 4, the VTA is still evaluating the future use of the Cerrone Yard. We've been in contact with them. We've certainly let them know our desire and intent to move at that location, but VTA is still evaluating that location. In District 10, at the Cottle site, we are working with VTA on an access agreement to the site to be able to survey it, which is the first step in doing the design of a project. On both of those sites, we are closely working with VTA. In fact, we have a meeting scheduled with them on April 7th to really discuss where we're at and what our opportunity is to move forward on both of those sites. In terms of the last 2 sites on the slide, the 85 Great Oaks and 85 Santa Teresa, both of them are Caltrans sites in District 10. For those that were here in November, we were looking at 3 possibilities in District 10, Cottle, Great Oaks, and Santa Teresa. Obviously, we wanted to move forward with the Cottle. We're still trying to do that. 85 Great Oaks has definite viability as well. We've been working with an adjacent property owner who's developing a project, and our effort really has been to determine, can they coexist? We think we're coming to the conclusion that they can, so that could be a definite viable site. We are waiting for the outcome on the Cottle Road site to see which of those makes the most sense to move forward. 85 Santa Teresa is on hold pending the outcome of those two. And with that, I'll turn it back to Omar.
Thanks, Jim. In the spring of this year, the manager's budget addendum will be submitted for alternatives. Back in November, there were a couple of items that were directed by Mayor and Council, including evaluation of enhanced neighborhood services and also some costing out no encampment zones. So those will be part of a manager's budget addendum. Also later this spring, the Housing Department will come back, as Jackie mentioned actually, I think in the last presentation, and share the results of the San Francisco Foundation home-based study. One of the things that we want to do, hopefully, because there are folks who haven't seen this before, it's just a short it's about 60 seconds video that helps give people a real look into what those are. So I'm going to see if this works. Well, if we get a chance, I'll keep moving with the presentation since it's getting late in the day. If we get a chance, we'll be able to pull that up. And so I'll just go to the end and just say that, again, the recommendation before you today is just to accept the staff report on this status update, and we'll continue the work. And with that, we're available for any questions.
Great. Thanks so much for the update. And I really appreciate all the work everybody in the box and your teams have done to help accelerate these solutions. I know it's been a very involved process, but also an area where we've seen that we have an ability to move the needle fairly quickly and cost effectively when we focus on it. So I'd say this is very, very promising, and I just appreciate that we're continuing to build that pipeline. Okay, we'll come back to council in a moment. Let's go to public comment first.
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. As just part of the creative process for these emergency housing expansion issues, I know in San Francisco, they had in the beginning of the year and last year, they were going through a lot with, their fentanyl use and how to address those sort of issues. They were initially choosing a path of law enforcement and jail time in a tight-knit city would solve the issues. I don't think it was the right way to go. There was a group that was Coalition on Homelessness in San Francisco. They're a really good group, and they've pulled together reporting from a whole bunch of sources, advocacy throughout the city to develop, I think, what's can be considered a really good housing plan and how to find housing for people and emergency services for people in desperate situations. And it's interesting work. I think I've sent it to you, the reports before. I will send one again to you at city government staff, so you can get a sense of how we can actually address some concepts of immediate housing and shelter and placement without the use of definitely law enforcement. I don't think we have to worry about that so much here in the South Bay as much, but it's interesting work. Coalition on Homelessness in San Francisco reporting, and I'll drop that off to you guys. I've been sending it around to different cities so they can get a sense of their work and their intentions. It's really interesting stuff, and hopefully it can help these sort of questions and overall process. So thank you.
Back to council.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you so much for your work. It's really important, and I know that you're working on these other VTA sites. I was curious if you had any success with looking at the faith-based community. I know that there was talk of that in the past, and I don't know if that's moving forward or not.
So several years ago, the housing department worked on an ordinance to allow shelters to be opened in broader areas, and that included faith-based organizations, and they have been opening up, and most of them have been like revolving or rotating shelters because of capacity issues or concerns. So we've also had faith-based groups use their land in order to site affordable housing developments. So we have one that is currently looking for funding, and I think will be breaking ground. And I think another one has looked at potentially doing some temporary housing as well. So we've had some brief conversations with churches, and some of them, because they have been losing members in their congregation, are actually looking for alternatives on how to better use their sites. So it is something that we have been looking at.
Excellent, excellent. I was also wondering, in terms of on-site medical services, if, you know, that's something that you're working with the county on, or providing other types of services. I don't know if they have like anything mobile. I know that Supervisor Simidian had talked about services, having mobile services. So I was just curious if any of that is going on.
So they do have a mobile service, and during COVID-19, they were very active in providing services across all of our SOAR places, and also looking at our EIHs. It is something we need to formalize with the county regarding having consistent presence of their services on our sites.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor, the one thing I'd add there are two fairly exciting developments, actually. One is the state adopted CalAIM, California Advancing and Innovating in Medicaid, maybe about a year or so ago. And one of the opportunities that has emerged is the health plans are also interested and have engaged in how they might be able to help participate in some of the needs that we have at those facilities. And then also we've been contacted by federally qualified health centers about the opportunities that might exist for them to operate and provide some service inside as well. So I think there are a few additional opportunities, and we're, I think, working collaboratively as a city to try to explore all of them with the county and our other partners.
Yeah, so in the sites, is there, like, I mean, I don't know if there's space to have like a mobile clinic, or, you know, I'm just wondering if it's something that can be provided there at sites, or is it better to have like something that's movable?
I think it's better right now to have it something that's movable that comes to the sites. There's very limited community space on the sites.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thanks, Vice Mayor. Let me go to, I forgot that I noted that Councilor Cohen was up first online. Why don't we go to Councilor Cohen next?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Sorry about the delay. I want to thank you for staff for the report. I'm glad to see progress being made. It's a good overview. On the timeline that you had on page 5, you don't have to go back to it, but you have a couple of sites, or you basically have the Guadalupe site for 2023. I see sites listed as 2024. I know that our goal was to try to have as much done in 2023 as possible. Some of those sites that are still in negotiation and we're working on, is there still plans that we can be able to achieve some of those this year?
Yeah, Councilor Cohen, I would say no. It's not possible. We have to have some level of site control or some clear signal from the owners that we can move forward at those locations to have schedules, particularly schedules that are that soon in time. So I don't, it's unfortunate, but that's the reality of working with other people's land when we don't have city land.
Okay, that's a bit disappointing. I mean, we're still in March, and I thought that, these are somewhat rapid stand-ups, so that if we are able to get some agreements in the next month or two, that we'd be able to move forward faster. One of the things we talked about when we were discussing this last year, and it was actually, I think it was in the memo that I was co-author for, although I can't keep track of all this anymore, was trying to work in parallel so that we're finding vendors who can provide these EIH structures and kind of planning that in parallel with negotiating for the site so that we'd be able to move more quickly once we get a site. Is that still something that we're trying to do?
So we're doing a couple of things in that area. We totally appreciate the goal and agree we want to move as expeditiously as we can. What Public Works is doing now is we have a request for qualifications prepared to put out to shortlist design builders so that once we have a specific project that's designed, we would put that out to a competitive process so that that shortlist can put in proposals on that, and we could speed the time that council can award the contract and move forward. What the reality of what we're facing is that each site has kind of unique parameters, and what we're specifically designing towards has varied quite a bit. And you know, the types of units, the vendors that we've used have varied, and we're not feeling like we're in a position to go out and advance procure and have buildings on site, kind of, you know, at the city, if you will, that would necessarily match the sites that we ultimately got approved. So it would be a kind of a pretty significant risk to go down that path. We feel like securing sites is a critical step, and Public Works is ready to move with short lists of vendors in the RFP process once we do that. So that's kind of where we're currently at.
Okay, well, obviously that's an important first step. It seems to me that the idea between for these types of sites is that we'd be able to have some standardization of our design and be able to really move quickly. And you know, maybe I look forward to doing some more discussion offline with this team to understand better how we might be able to get there. I don't accept the idea that we kind of have to wait to find property in order to then figure out what specific types of design we need. You know, this problem is so immediate for us that having to wait until 2024 and not be able to be ready to go the minute we have an agreement on a site just doesn't seem like we're going to move the needle like we have to.
Yeah, we're happy to have that conversation with you offline, Councilmember. I think that would be a good discussion.
Yeah. I also obviously look forward to, and as I've said many times, a high priority of mine and my districts is RV parking. I hope we're in a position where we'll be able to stand that up relatively quickly. You know, we're in the third year of being in a situation where it's urgent that we get an RV parking site, and we always seem to be months out from it. And I don't want to head into 2024 and still not have a place to begin to settle RVs. And I know that staff and your team feel the urgency as well. I know Jennifer has expressed on behalf of the city that we've got an urgency on this one. So I know that's a little bit different than this conversation, but I just kind of want to mention it as well as part of this, since it's all interrelated. And the frustrating thing is to continue to deal with comments from residents in the community who want action. We tell them as council members that action is coming, be patient just a little bit longer. And then, you know, being in a position where we're going to have to say it's another 6 months, a year before we're going to be able to make any meaningful progress. So I just wanted to express that. I appreciate your discussion about VTA. I'm glad to hear that there's some progress being made. I just want to offer that I'll continue to be available to help have conversations with VTA's leadership in various ways to help move along Cerrone and Cottle sites, because I think that those are very, those are going to be important sites in the arsenal. I also want to just reiterate, I know this again wasn't part of this update, but last year we talked about making sure this isn't limited to public sites, but also private property. And I know that that's being done. I don't know that we're prepared to have any conversations publicly about any potential private sites, but I look forward to getting updates when we can about additional sites that might not be on the list that you just presented.
Thank you, Council.
That's all of my.
Thank you, Council
Yeah, go
Member. And, this is Omar Passons, the City Manager's Office. I think the one thing I do want to urge or just really underscore for you and for all of your colleagues in the Mayor and Council is that notion of urgency is driving us to do lots of prep work behind the scenes so that when we get various green lights, we're ready to go at that time. So there will be opportunities for more. We look forward to talking offline, but I just want to make sure that you all know that we as a city administration and staff are really parallel tracking on many fronts right now, and look forward to coming back and discussing that more further. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Omar. And I know that that's the case. And I know that in the conversations that we have separate from this public meeting that you're expressing that, but the presentation doesn't seem to reflect that. And it's a little frustrating to have dates, to see on a chart that says that we might have 450 units available by the end of this year. In order to get to our 1,000, we're talking another year out. I know you don't want to promise things you can't deliver, but I'm hopeful that we'll be able to be much further along than what the timeline in the presentation suggests. Anyway, those are my comments. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Councilor Cohen, and I very much share the sentiment. I appreciate the sense of urgency you're bringing to this, and I think you asked all the right questions. Also want to just acknowledge your efforts to advocate to our partners at VTA to express the importance of Cerrone and Cottle in helping us get to our goal here. So thank you for being proactive on that front. We're going to bring it back to in person and go to Councilmember Batra.
First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. Even a bigger thanks for personally hosting me at the Monterey site, the emergency or interim site. And it was really nice that I was able to speak to two of the people who volunteered without violating their privacy or anything, volunteered to talk to us. And Jackie and Jim both were there to give me personally the tour. So when we are talking about interim housing, I have touched it, I felt it, I've seen it, I know what it is. And I've seen the resident, and it was really heartening to see that this particular individual was very uplifted in her spirits. And even though she was at this emergency interim housing, she was looking to a very bright future. And part of her future was that once I get out of here to my own housing, I'm going to be coming back to help others who are here. So receiving something from the community and then having the desire to give back to the community, I think that's the way we are going to be able to get this problem addressed, because no other way that we are going to have enough resources to be able to do that. So thank you very much for giving me that personally, the tour, and giving me the opportunity to talk to this resident. I have some questions about one, I think it was asked, but I may not have captured it, about are these residents eligible based on their age? Are they eligible for Medi-Cal or any of those programs? Do they sign up? Are they dependent on, I know they were receiving medical help, but are they able to, based on their other benefits, can they use those even though in this interim facility?
Councilmember Omar Passons again. So it really depends on, it's sort of individual specific. The service providers that are contracted do a pretty thorough screening to work with folks and find out all of the various things that they are eligible for. Sometimes we have some experiences where we'll actually work with other partners so that they have an exit strategy at the time that they show up. That's one of the things that the county and the city are partnering on at Pedro Street, as an example. So there are a number of ways to really work hard to align with our regional partners. And so part of it is figuring out what those other eligibilities are along the way.
Okay. And other question is, as we are trying to expand these facilities, there's a certain amount of reaction from the neighbors. Are neighbors allowed to be given a tour by you wherever you're considering the new site, if they want to really see how your other site is operating? Because what I saw takes away a lot of objections from the people, because this site is extremely well managed. It's very quiet. You even can't tell that there is a site like that there. Okay, so are you able to give them tour to the affected people?
Yeah, so on this one, Councilmember, the short answer is yes, it's possible. Maybe the longer answer is we have to be a little bit thoughtful, because there are people living there, so we got to be careful, right? Yep. But also, we actually are in the process. There was some interest lists that have been developed already, and so we're in the process of figuring out how we can make, to your point, make the reality of what emergency interim housing is more real for members of the community, so they really understand that it is a positive attribute addition. Jackie, would you like to?
Yeah, the only thing I would add is I just want to call out Councilmember Davis, who works so hard with her community groups that are supportive of these sites, or that end up working with the sites once they're established. It's one of the great ways that the council can partner with the administration is your help in identifying key people in your neighborhoods that would be supportive or are on the fence but would like to see a tour, and getting them engaged, I think is critical to the success of these programs. And you know, just looking at the timeline, I just couldn't help but observe to myself that, you know, the 397 that we accomplished, the first two we did, you know, were completely different, but 3 of them we did very quickly under COVID with not as much public comment. To the extent we have gotten more engaged in the public comment and have gotten neighborhoods and residents more involved on these site selections, I feel like the longer the time frame has begun to expand on our abilities, and that is part of the public process.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And following up Council Member David Cohen's point about, is it possible, Jim, to have 5 or 6 cookie cutter design ready based on, okay, if the site is like this, I'm going to use these kind of boxes and all that. And then when you actually find the site, and actually you have some of the sites under consideration anyways. So 5 or 6 design, and you say, okay, this site, I think design number 3 will fit better than design number 2, and we can move a little faster. I did see there's a lot of site-specific work, so I think I'm educated on that one, okay? But tell me if there's some stuff, 50%, 60%, we can use the design already.
I think it's an evolving program. I don't think it's standardized, Councilor, to the point where we can have an inventory of modular units available, and as the sites come up, we install them and connect them, that type of thing. If we had a more ready supply of square 2.5-acre sites across the city, I think we'd be much more in that business. We are using remnant parcels, a lot of unique situations, and you know, I don't want to take up too much more of your time here. I'm happy to talk individually with any of you, but we've had a different circumstance of unit for every project we've built. One of them were built by volunteers through Habitat for Humanity. One of them were sourced through one of our vendors, the first modular ones we used. Another one were donated by a philanthropist who picked the vendor out of Idaho and paid for them. a second one. Again, the philanthropist bought them and picked the vendor. So each time we have unique and evolving circumstances, and I'm in the position of trying to find sites, so we haven't gotten to a place of standardizing. I think it is worth another discussion as we may open up new sites. I think we're always in that mode, but I think through internal discussion, I think we're doing it the right way currently. I'm happy to revisit that though, and if there's an opportunity in the coming year to go that route, we're open to it. I was part of the group that delivered the sites in months that had previously taken years. So I totally appreciate the importance of urgency and want to be all about that as well.
Okay, thank you very much on that. So the last question on it. Do we have the funding ready if you are able to get all these 10 sites to agree to be done? Do we have the funding ready to go with them?
Not exclusively city funding, but we're trying to leverage our other sources of funding as much as we can. Public Works and Housing are teaming on a potential home key application for the Rue Ferrari site. We're working with the state on a new program that the mayor was communicating with the governor about. There are a number of different opportunities where we're trying to stretch our funding, and we may be in a position to move many of these sites given the various funding sources that we have. We just have to be cognizant that we have to operate all of them as well and fund that.
Okay. Once again, I want to thank both of you, Jackie and you, coming on Saturday on your personal time to give me the tour and making this thing real for me. Okay? I move the motion to
I'll second.
accept the thing. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Second by Councilmember Dewan. Councilmember Torres?
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for that presentation. It's good to see you again, Jim. Haven't seen you in forever.
Yeah, you too, council member.
Yeah, and of course, hey, Omar, the other Omar in the room.
Hey, Councilmember.
So I have a few questions, and I hope that we're able to answer them. So I definitely like the 69% of residents remain unhoused after exiting a site. Little bit concerned about the 21% no information. Not sure if they disappeared off the face of planet or we just weren't able to capture that data. But the other number that's particularly concerning is the 10% that return to homelessness. And in one of my many invitations to come out and assist not only our city, but other organizations with the flood, I encountered a unhoused man who actually did have a tiny home. And we all know that tiny homes are super important. But he left his tiny home because it was a 6x6. And he had spent 30 years in federal prison for a felony. And so that was the first time I had to say, oh, wow. So, you know, tiny homes, though are important, might not be for everyone, because this was a man who for 30 years spent his life in a 6x6 cell. And most, as you know, our tiny homes are 6x6, or maybe even smaller, or shared with other individuals. So, you know, we just have to be really cognizant of that, and we have to learn that tiny homes might not be for everyone, but it is very important work. So that wasn't going to lead into a question. Wait, maybe it was. The 21%. What happened there?
So the 21%, we didn't have any data. And actually, earlier we discussed during the audit, there was a question of how do we increase the performance of the providers? And actually, I was reminded by a staff person that I guess there's legislation that got passed that when we receive state funding, a requirement to actually improve the data collection. And so anyone who receives our funding now has to sign an agreement that they are going to do a much better job in their data collection and ensure that their data is accurate, that they're keeping in touch with people that are living on the sites. And so we actually think because we are implementing these new requirements that our nonprofits will be able to do a better job and take this the requirement of tracking people and ensuring that they're following up to see where they're going and understand how important and critical that is to our work.
Great. Thank you, Jackie, for that. And what is the average stay of someone in a tiny home? Or does it depend? But what is our average stay if we were to?
I would add this, Councilmember. It's maybe not the entire system, but on the tour that Councilmember Batra referenced, that Jackie and I were on, Home First indicated it's about 170 days was the typical time frame that people. So we want to have people into transition within 6 months. 170 is just inside that. So Home First is working to that metric.
Great. No, thank you for that, Jim. And then, so which out of the 5 sites has been our longest operating EIH, sorry?
The Mayberry Bridge Housing Community.
Mayberry. And then our newest one?
The newest one is the Evans Lane Family Facility.
Okay. And then, so we have five sites. And before I ask my last question, what is easier for us to open, a EIH or a safe parking location? Well, actually, sorry. You know, Councilmember Cohen did bring up that it's that we only have one EIH slated for this year, and that we're struggling with safe parking. But on a good day, if we had a wand, what is easier to open, a safe parking location or EIH?
Well, I would say, given that we still don't have either a safe parking or an RV park opened up, that those have continued to be challenging because of the specific needs for the location. And while we are going to be opening up an RV park shortly, in May, we'll be opening up the VTA site. It has taken a significant amount of time to get that site, number one, identified and then ready to go. But they all come with their unique challenges.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say, I didn't get a clear answer, but that was vague enough to get answered. And before I ask my last question, I want to give a huge kudos to Omar. I know that as a candidate, I went to which one was it? I think the District 4 one that was held at the Berryessa library. And it was very divisive and very contentious. And this individual, Omar, handled it with professionalism and just, hit the marks and, eased the community that was there. It was, I wouldn't, if I was paid $10 million, I wouldn't have been able to run that meeting. But you did, and so kudos to you, Omar, for that. And my last question is going to be, we have 5 sites. What are the ongoing operational costs of these 5 sites?
They've been averaging about $2 million a year, all inclusive, is my recollection. Does that sound about right, Jackie?
Yeah, it has ranged between $1.5 million to $3 million, depending on the site.
So $2 million for all 5 sites?
Per site.
$2 million per site. All right. And so the expansion of RU is going to be how much? That's my last question. Follow up.
That's still being finalized because it's going to be, we will be adding 100 units to the current 121. We don't expect it to have the same prorated cost because we already have a supervisor on site. We have certain services on site. So we're working through the specific service enhancements that are needed, additional services needed to come up with an appropriate level of service and cost. We don't think it will be kind of like another site because it's the same site.
Okay.
So, and we're working through that now.
All right. Great. So just to be clear, 2 million per site.
For the ongoing
Average.
operations.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
But I think just to interject, so one, on Rue Ferrari, I think to Jim's point, there's likely to be some economies of scale because you already have an operating model in place and a lot of that overhead covered. I think the better way to compare, though, is a per person per year cost. And I'm hoping that when we get back the study from the SF Foundation, we will get some analysis of what it costs per year and how we bring down the per person served cost, because sites vary in size.
Absolutely.
There's any housing solution we provide, from something that's not really housing like RV safe parking to interim to permanent supportive, they're all going to have a cost for serving
Absolutely.
that person. So I'd just be careful not to frame it around the site itself because they're so variable and they serve such different populations and sizes,
Yeah,
numbers
no,
of people.
understood. I just strongly believe that the question was valid, though, about, I mean, we want to, when we talk about, when we talk about permanent supportive housing and tiny homes, I think this is a valid question to ask, and what is going to be the operational costs of it, EIH. So
Yes,
thank you for that.
And then
Thank you. Yeah.
in the next item, we will talk about the operating costs associated with another site that is more permanent housing. Okay, so other hands, other questions? Okay. I just want to get into this cost of operations question as well, to pick up on where Councilmember Torres just was, which specifically around healthcare costs. My understanding is that we've been working with the county and Medi-Cal providers to see what may be possible in terms of bringing on-site health services to our EIH sites. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think it's accurate that those entities have expressed interest in how they can provide service, whether that would be by setting up like a mini brick and mortar on site or just connecting better to the people is, I think, still an open question, to Jackie's point earlier.
And are we actively engaged in those conversations and kind of advocating for our interest in having those services covered on site?
I mean, I would say yes. I mean, they probably get sick of getting my email. No, they're good partners. Like we're really trying. They want to help. We want them to help. In fact, frankly, many of the people that they are most interested in are in the city of San Jose. So it behooves them to work with us.
And then
we do have a regular meeting with that team. So the county is the lead entity in working with them because it is state mandate of them going through the county, and the city has been invited to be at the table to have ongoing conversations about how this Med-Cal program can actually benefit the city of San Jose.
Okay. And are there barriers at this point? I mean, what is preventing them from providing these services on site at this point? Is it just the logistics around the barrier of having it on site versus having someone come to them, or what's preventing?
So we have to tease out the two. I'm going to get too far down in the weeds, but so there's the sort of table that Jackie was talking about, and actually the way that the state set up that structure, it's like a one-time access to certain resources, and so the county is the lead, and it's a narrower usage of the resource. In addition to that, I think the opportunities that also exist are some of them are space dependent, because there's like federally qualified health centers that are willing to partner, but we already have the places in existence, and so there's not a little community room to set up their clinic, right? It's more complicated than that. So that's a piece that I think we still need to work out. And then we're just trying to find out from them, in the case of the health plan specifically, what their sort of appetite is. It's been an offshoot of this larger conversation around the sort of CalAIM implementation.
Okay. All right, thanks. I'd love to learn more offline. And then I just encourage my colleagues, if you are in conversations with leaders at VTA, I think we had a lot of conversation last year about both the Cottle and Cerrone sites. Council approved moving forward with them. Fortunately, it doesn't feel like these sites are moving forward with the urgency that I'd hope, just given the crisis that we see out on our streets every day. So I just encourage my colleagues to think about maybe weighing in and making known our collective support for seeing these sites be locations where we can provide transitional housing to our most vulnerable residents. I think expressing that urgency would be valuable. And otherwise, I think, Councilor Torres, was your hand, is it up again? Or
Yes, one
Go
last
ahead,
final question.
sure.
Yeah, one last final question. Can EIHs be built on private property?
Yes.
So if somebody were to come and say, I have this land and I want to build an EIH.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Okay. And I did hear, before I yield the rest of my time, I did hear, Jim, you say that we get multiple ways of funding, and that's incredibly important because we all know that it's going to take all of us to end homelessness, right? Nonprofits, philanthropists, city, county, federal, you name it. So thank you. State, yeah. Of course, the state too, yeah.
And I would even add, although I wasn't at the meeting yesterday, that it takes landlords as well. The huge majority of people who are transitioning out of our homeless programs actually go into the market. So while we talk about the 6,000 people we've housed, they're not all going into permanent supportive housing. Permanent supportive housing is one part of the solution, but the solution to exiting people out of their state of homelessness involves a much greater network of people. And so we need landlords who are willing to accept tenants as well that might have, a more spotty tenant history.
Yeah. Thanks, Councilmember. Thank you, Jackie. Okay, Tony, we're ready to vote.
Torres?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Doan?
Aye.
Candelas?
Aye.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Aye.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everybody, that passes. We are on to item 8.4, which is the grant agreement with Jamboree Housing Corporation for the operation of the Shelray Hotel.
Great. And I don't have a presentation, but I just wanted to make a quick, just brief comment because you had mentioned we were talking about operating costs. This is a grant to provide some operating costs, but it is really based on operating costs to manage and run it as a shelter. So it is not at this point being converted. The construction dollars will be used to really bring the site back up to more habitable living conditions. We're really happy. I'm excited that the Housing Authority and its partners agreed to take on this challenge. The Housing Department purchased the site when HomeKey first opened up because we didn't have a plan on how we were going to access the dollars, but we soon learned that we are not the right group to be owning and operating this type of housing. And so we're just thrilled that the Housing Authority stepped up and has agreed to take the site over and to really provide the services and support and the upgrades to the facility that are needed to really make the place a great place for the very elderly people who are living there. I've had an opportunity to meet them all over the time that the Housing Department has owned the facility, and they really deserve a higher quality of care, so I'm very thankful.
Great, thanks, Jackie. Let's go to public comment.
There are no hands up.
I believe there is a public comment from the Housing Authority.
Sorry, I didn't see this. Preston Prince?
Great, welcome, Preston.
I can't believe this is my first time speaking to this council in person, so I'm really excited to be here. So good evening, Mayor Mahan and council members. My name is Preston Prince. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Clara County Housing Authority. Mayor Mahan, you are absolutely right. We can't sit idly by when we have people who don't have homes and who are unhoused on the street. And on a cold and rainy night like tonight, it's that much more morally important. That is why this partnership between the Santa Clara County Housing Authority and the City of San Jose going on now for 4 decades, maybe longer, at SureStay is really so important. Thank you, Councilmember Davis, for your guidance and being a close partner on this complicated project. I have to give a shout out to our partners at Life Moves and Jamboree. Our community is better because of their hard work. And thank you, Jackie Morales-Fran, Rachel Vanderveen, Michael Reynolds, and Rosa Lee from the city's housing team. Your dedication to the unhoused community is unmatched, unparalleled. SureStay is the city's first home key hotel acquisition and happened 2 years ago under round 1. It is a challenging project to balance the first phase of providing housing to meet the immediate health and safety needs of residents that includes rehab and stabilization, and the second phase of providing permanent supportive housing. We at the Housing Authority embrace these complicated projects, and with Jamboree and collaboration with your staff, we're making it that much more robust, and I realize I'm about to run out, and I apologize for that. I have more to say. Let me just say we're really excited. We have a number of values about protecting the people who live there, making sure that there's no displacement. We want to ensure that interim housing is a safe place. We believe in equitable and accessible housing that creates healthy social interactions. We look forward to working with residents, the city, neighbors on creating a vibrant community. And I really hope after tonight we no longer say SureStay and we come up with a new name. Thank you.
I second that. Thank you, Preston. We appreciate the partnership. Did we have any other public comment?
Michael?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Michael Massey. I'm the Chief Development Officer for Jamboree. We also, in attendance there tonight, in addition to me being remote, Catherine Klein McFadden, our Vice President of Development in Northern California, is in attendance as well. But I just wanted to introduce Jamboree very, very briefly and just let you know how thrilled we are to be a part of this team. This is the 11th motel conversion that Jamboree is involved in. We've been doing this work, converting motels to housing, both on an interim basis and a permanent basis, since before Home Key, and been involved in a number of transactions. We know how challenging they are, but we think that with the team that we've assembled, with the cooperation of the Housing Authority, as well as the city and Life Moves, our partner on service provision, that we can come to the right solutions on this project and provide the housing that's necessary and most importantly, the care for the residents. Again, we just wanted to make a brief introduction and let you know that we're here to answer any further questions.
Back to council.
Great. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Dwan.
Thank you, Mayor. When researching this item, it became to me is abundantly clear that we need to deep dive session that is needed to identify an exactly type of entity, Santa Clara County Housing Authority. What is Santa Clara Housing Authority? And if it can transfer property from any of the 10 private companies it's managed. The residents of San Jose deserve oversight of their tax dollars, and we need a little bit more time to allow for that. This council item center on the topic of taxpayer money being used to purchase a hotel on land in downtown San Jose and then gifting it to Housing Authority, whose board members sit on a private, non-profit corporation it's managed. The Santa Clara Housing Authority website stated, the Santa Clara County Housing Authority manage 10 affiliated corporations. These affiliated manage or own more than 2,900 affordable apartment homes in Santa Clara County. While doing my research, found out there's several executive directors are on the board of all these companies, or 9 out of the 10 companies, especially on their Form 990s. If these housing authority is a government entity whose board members are appointed by the county board of supervisors, why are its board member allowed to financially benefit from the use of tax dollar money meant to support our unhoused neighbor. So I motion to move this for a 2-week deferral to understand a little more in depth of this particular transaction.
If Council Member Beyond Dion wants to move the motion, I will second it for him to have the time to study.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to defer. Sorry, what was the time?
2 weeks from now, I believe it'll go to April 11th.
Defer for 2 weeks. Okay, that's the motion on the floor. We have other discussion before we vote. Let's go to Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Jackie, do you have any objections to a 2-week deferral?
I have to say, I've waited a very long time for the residents, the elderly, disabled residents in Sure Stay to be provided the care and the repairs that they so desperately need. The Housing Authority is a quasi-governmental agency. The board is appointed by the Santa Clara County. There is no private benefit of any of these public funds. They are a highly regulated federal entity, and you know, I would give Preston just a brief opportunity to just talk a little bit about the structure, and I think it would clear it up tonight.
Great, if it's okay with Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Yes, please, Preston.
Thank you, Councilmember Doan. Thank you, Council members, the mayor, for giving me this quick opportunity. So the Santa Clara County Housing Authority was created under the Housing Act of 1937 at the federal level, which allowed states to create legislation that allowed cities and counties to create housing authorities. So the Santa Clara County Housing Authority was created by the Board of Supervisors to address blight and create affordable housing within Santa Clara County. There is also the San Jose Housing Authority, which the Santa Clara County Housing Authority manages in cooperation, I think for more than 40 years, the two housing authorities have been working together. The corporations have been formed under the Housing Authority were all created to take advantage of low-income housing tax credits. The sole members of those corporations are the managing controlling partner, are entities created by the Housing Authority, where it's only Housing Authority representatives who are on the board. All actions taken by those corporations are first approved by the Board of Commissioners, who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors, and there's no financial relationship between the corporation board members, and there's no remuneration to the Board of Commissioners for any of their work. We do feel like we are the community's organization to address affordable housing, and we are, as Jackie said, we are quasi-governmental. Our audit is done every year. It is a component unit of the county's audit, so we are highly regulated. Everything we do is reviewed at the federal level and at the local level.
Thank you, Preston. So the Sure Stay Hotel is in my district, and I can attest, by having been there, and everything Jackie says is true, the hotel needs a lot of work. It needs to be safe. The residents there are elderly, and I think that we don't need a delay. I'm very familiar with the Housing Authority, both the San Jose and the Santa Clara Housing Authority, and I'm very comfortable with those organizations, and I would encourage all new council members to feel free to meet with Preston, and I'm sure he would be happy to meet with you and give you even more background and go through the structure of that organization and all its components. With that, I would like to do a substitute motion to move approval of the staff recommendations.
Second. No. We'll give it to Councilmember Ortiz. Okay. Were you first? Why don't you guys flip a coin? Okay. Councilmember Day, I know who made the motion. There was a lot of energy behind the second. Okay, so there's a substitute on the floor. There's still hands up. Let's continue our discussion before we vote. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. I too am familiar with the Housing Authority and am comfortable with the presentation and moving forward with this. I'm not clear on the reason for the delay, and as a result, I will support the substitute motion.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Kameh?
Yes, I too am very familiar with the Housing Authority and the work that they do, and I know that Councilmember Dawn does have concerns. My suggestion is to get a debrief from them, and they've had extensive work throughout the county, so I feel very comfortable supporting the substitute motion, and yes, would suggest getting in touch with them and getting a much deeper knowledge of the work that they do.
Okay, Councilmember Batra?
I personally am very well aware of and well knowledgeable about the Santa Clara Housing Authority, but I wanted to make sure that my colleague was comfortable with this thing. He is not familiar, he's done some research, so that is why I made the second, supported the motion and given him the chance to get this knowledge, which he needs to be comfortable with to be making this thing. And if it would not have hurt in any way, giving him the chance to learn and understand, it would have been a nice thing to have that motion. We will support your substitute motion. Yeah.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Dewan?
I just got a quick question. Does Santa Clara County Housing Authority have the ability to transfer this property to any of the 10 private companies it's managed?
So we are going to be entering into negotiations with the city about the ownership structure. Down the road, I imagine we are going to apply for low-income housing tax credits. That will require limited partnership to be created. So there would be an entity controlled by the Housing Authority. So there is a transfer, but it's all about taking advantage of the funding mechanisms available. There is no way for the Housing Authority to sell the property outright without going through the Surplus Land Act like other government agencies. And of course, I think in the negotiations that the Director of Housing would, I am positive, put some kind of clause in there that in the event our project is not, does not come to fruition, that there is a transfer back to the city. I imagine, and I should also say, there's all kinds of documents between the city and the state with home key that govern the use of the property, and so I'm sure that there's all kinds of disposition requirements as part of that. So there might be a transfer to one of the entities controlled by the Housing Authority, but it's really to take advantage of the financing in the financing of low-income housing tax credits.
Thank you.
And Preston, feel free to jump into the box here since you're our resident expert on the site. So I'll be supporting the substitute motion, though I did have a question about operating costs, which I'd referenced earlier, and I noticed that our commitment here would be up to $3 million per year with basically 3 one-year contracts at the discretion of the city manager, which seems to be an increase. I can't tell, but I know HomeKey provided $1.3 million for 2 years of operating. Was that supplemented by city funds? Are we seeing an increase in the operating costs?
Yes, so that was supplemented by city funds. So in all the HomeKey applications, they never fund all of the
complete operations.
They
I
only,
couldn't find that in the
They only
memo.
do a portion of them.
Okay. Has the operating costs per person per year, I'm sure it's gone up, but is it kind of just gone up in line with inflation, or have we seen a big jump?
Again, what we've seen is because, you know, the Housing Authority and in all the entities, they're responding to a program in a way and designing it the way that they're thinking about how designing it. We would also probably go back to the Housing Authority and to Jamboree to talk about whatever our new EIH requirements are in terms of our operating philosophy, to see how we could apply anything we learn through our EIHs to this facility as well, because they're all interim housing sites, right? And so any lessons learned from our other facilities, we would share and see if there's any way that we could drive costs down. But ultimately, these are, in order to achieve results, which is to have people exit out of homelessness into a permanent slot or into another temporary slot, having the services is really important. And when you see our annual homeless report, you will see in places where we lack services and support, our numbers are down in terms of our ability to transition people out.
There's no doubt that the services are critically important. I just want to ensure, and we'll get into this as we get the SF Foundation report back, that we're digging into the numbers. And, Mike, again, quick back of the envelope math, $3 million a year, if it costs that much, which it may not, but divided by 72 units is about $42,000 a unit. And the question is, do we feel that that is where we need to be in terms of cost? Just again, in the spirit of stretching our limited dollars to help as many people as possible.
Right, and that $3 million is kind of broken up. It's broken up into that services contract and also their operational contract, which is their property management piece of how they run and operate it. What you will not see in the EIHs, because it's in a different line item, is Public Works provides a lot of that operating and maintenance support. So we're creating a whole Public Works team of, 3 or 4 or 5 people who are now going to be responsible for overseeing the maintenance of those facilities.
Yeah, and to
so
your
that
point,
this cost now gets absorbed by this particular entity.
Right, and for that analysis, to your point, it should be apples to apples, to be fair. So we should be baking in our Public Works costs on our other sites, to be fair. Okay, well, I guess the point would simply be, I would certainly appreciate if we are, and I guess I just expressed this to you, Preston, that as we're looking at our EIH sites and trying to bring down operating costs and leverage whatever efficiencies we can, just hope you hear that as well from me, at least, that's a priority.
I haven't, as well as Jamboree has heard that loud.
Yeah, okay, great. All right, thank you. I think we're ready to vote.
Torres? Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Doan?
No.
Candelas?
Aye.
Foley?
Aye.
Patra?
Aye.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are at the end of the afternoon session. Before we recess, though, we have agendized open forum. So we're going to take open forum, which is for members of the public who would like to speak on anything that is not on today's agenda. For everyone who just arrived, welcome. We have an important item in the evening session that I believe many of you are here for, and look forward to hearing everyone's comments at that time. If you are here or online and would like to comment on anything that is not on today's agenda, you, as per the agenda, have an opportunity to do that now, and then we will recess until 6 o'clock.
I have Justin followed by Blair. And Justin's in person. There he is.
Hello, my name's Justin Time. I'm a child of God and heir to the throne, a co-heir with Christ. We are called to be kings and priests in this world. I'm a voice crying out in the wilderness. I love you all, and God loves you all. But I don't trust any man or woman because God tells me not to, only to put his trust in him. Psalm 118, 8 and 9. Do you know what the word abracadabra means? I just found out today. It means, in Hebrew, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. In Aramaic, it means I create what I speak. Deuteronomy 22:5 says, a man should not dress in women's clothing. It is an abomination. Proverbs 1:21 says, wisdom cries out at the city gate, and I'm crying out right now. Abracadabra, I pray that you would break the witchcraft of Medusa, perversion, confusion, death, child sacrifice, anything that is not of the Lord. I pray that anything, abracadabra, I pray you would remove any demonic the demonic snake statue in our city. Remove it, Lord. Remove demons, tormentors, aliens, anything that's not of you. People are drinking blood filled with adrenaline. I pray that you remove those from our society. Remove any vaccinations mandates. Remove any evildoers from amongst us. Remove the poison in our air and the food and in our air and our food. Remove human trafficking from our world and our life. Abracadabra, I pray for your children to live in a new world filled with love, joy, laughter, awe, and wonder. I pray for my daughter, Linnea, to return to me. I pray for your kingdom to come upon the earth as it is in heaven. Open our eyes to see your glorious majesty. Abracadabra, I pray that you would show your power to the world here and now. Let your fresh anointing of oil flow. May your holy fire fall from heaven. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Blair.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman here. Good luck to softness and touch, how we can address our issues. It's important to learn how to do that. We're very emotional and meaningful, and then we come to the public space where people have different opinions, and it's tough to work that out. And good luck how we do that here together. I want to first thank that. I think I want to mention the concepts that I hope we're still wanting to address, the concepts of peace before war in the Ukraine area. And if you've noticed, I think there's been more conversation. I've certainly noticed there's been more conversation that we are talking about, dialogue. We're talking about future dialogue and what that exactly can mean, and what a two-state solution for the future of Ukraine actually can mean. That Russia has some very serious security concerns of the eastern side and of the Black Sea area that just need to be openly discussed, that aren't, and really need to be. Once we learn to do that, then we're on the way to just being human beings again. We're not acting like human beings about this situation. We need to offer that sort of dialogue to say that we're human, that we're decent, and good luck in those efforts to do that. It's from that, from yesterday's meeting, I took it to heart that and it was kind of mentioned today in some of the items that we're always talking about what can we develop? What are things that can be developed instead of what are things we already have available to ourselves we can do to work on issues? We were addressing the future of housing yesterday and COPA ideas that I think are interesting and really need thought and open dialogue and discussion, good thought from all of us. And it's from there, we can discuss the future of the nonprofit situation. Is it government agencies that are needed, or nonprofits can do the job? Good luck in our good thinking at this time. Thanks.
Back to council.
Okay, thank you. We will adjourn to about 6 o'clock and then pick up the evening session items. Thank you.